Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us this morning on Escape to Nature. And of course, as always, it is a stunning day in Mashatu, and we are very, very lucky to be starting with some elephants. I sincerely hope we'll be having a wonderful day in all of our locations. I do believe we will, as it is going to be fairly hot everywhere. For those of you that don't know, my name is Lisa, and I will be one of your super excited naturalists today, teaching you all about the animals, observing the animals, and how lucky are we to be doing so. Just stunning. You can see two youngsters there to the right having a little bit of a tussle. Nothing serious, but just trying to establish some ground rules. And of course, when I want to show you, they stop. That is always how it goes. But as I say, nothing serious. Of course, elephants, they do tend to learn from the adults. There we go. Show them who's boss. Now remember, this is a completely live and interactive experience. Please send me your questions or let me know what you want to see today or chat about. Because after all, this is your safari. And we are so happy that you are joining us on this completely live and interactive experience. And we hope to take you on a wonderful journey today. That impala is saying, nope, I refuse to be a witness. I am leaving the scene. What a fantastic way to start our Escape to Nature journey today. Elephants are my favorite. I love all the animals, but I don't know. For me, something about elephants is just super therapeutic. Stacy, absolutely, and thank you so much for getting in touch with us. Honestly, yes. Elephants are incredible. And as I say, for me, they really always just provide therapy, whether they are drinking or playing or fighting. It's honestly always so beautiful just to see them. They really never disappoint. And this time of year is really incredible because in a lot of areas in southern Africa and the Bushveld, a lot of areas are currently awaiting the big rains, sort of just to revive Mother Nature and fill up the watering holes and all of that again. Luckily at Mashatu, we are very fortunate. But I know in places like Sabi and Kruger, a lot of those watering holes have already dried up. So animals are rapidly looking for water now. And it's incredible to see how their patterns also change. But again, at Mashatu, we are very, very fortunate because we still have a lot of water. But if the rain doesn't come soon enough, then obviously this water hole will slowly start to dry up as well. Just want to have a look-see. I think the others have left to go forage. I just want to have a look to see if they did not come to the jacuzzi, as I call it, here to the side, where they come to play in the water and in the mud. But I do think they moved off into the bush to grab some breakfast. Nope, no elephants here. We shall look at our other beautiful ellies. Theo, that is a brilliant question. Wanting to know, if they start to swim, will they scare away the other animals? Yes, and not because animals are terrified because, they could be a potential threat to them. Of course, elephants are ginormous. So any animal really has respect for them and sort of will move out of the way. Even when they're just coming to the watering hole to drink, animals do tend to, just sort of make way for them. But generally, yes, when they swim, the other animals give way. The other day we had an awesome sighting in Ukukuyo, where a black rhino was literally just chilling in the water and a herd of elephants came. And honestly, for me, I'm not an elephant, so I don't know how their brains work, but in my mind, there was more than enough space for everyone to live in peace and harmony. And this one elephant just decided, no, this rhino is not allowed to be here. We will be here. You need to move. And he literally chased the rhino out of the water. So they can be quite dominant towards other animals. And then I've seen, a lot of sightings where they also just perfectly coexist with other animals, whether it be buffalo or rhino or even hippos at a watering hole. So it really does depend on the situation. But generally, if elephants are on the way, whether it's just to drink or to swim, animals generally tend to just sort of respect the size of them.
Hi, my name is Debbie Den Hartog and I come from Pretoria in South Africa, and I am absolutely thrilled to have won the Wild Earth Prize to the Woodbury Tented Camp in Amakhala Game Reserve. Wild Earth has changed my life as I love watching the daily game drives. Thank you, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be getting out there to experience it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your name.
Good morning, elephants, and welcome to the watering hole. Not that I can say it doesn't belong to me. It belongs to them more than it does to us. But it is always so spectacular to see these animals. And they've got quite a few youngsters. You can see it's fairly hot already, just by looking, of course, but the indication of the ear flapping from the elephants, that also tells us it must be already quite hot there. They are just trying to cool down, of course, coming to the water, but obviously flapping the ears, that does help to actually cool them down. Oh, shit. That baby elephant's like, sorry, auntie, I'll get out of your way. Birdie, yes, they do always go to that rocky section. Ferdy, sorry. Yes, it's like a sort of like a spring there. And I think there's a lot of fresh water coming out of there. So I think they do tend to enjoy that, because when I started at Wild Earth, that is also something I saw. And having observed them more and more and more often, that is definitely something you pick up. If they have anywhere to choose from at this watering hole, they always go there. So they do definitely love that little spring. Wonderful. These, for me personally, not just because they are my favorite animals, but it's just such a timeless animal. I think from when I was a little girl going on safari up to now, whenever you see these animals, they can, I don't know, you can never get tired of them. And it's actually really so astonishing because, of course, they are the largest living land mammals. And yet they are so, so gentle and just, I don't know, I love them. I'm sure all of you do as well. And what a great way to have started our morning. Let's take a closer look at these beautiful animals. And I think the most astonishing thing for me is how massive they are, but how silent they can be. I remember fondly when I just started as a naturalist, and this was a good 10 years ago. I remember we were on safari, and I had a group of guests. I think they were there for 5 nights, and we literally had seen everything except for elephants. They evaded us the whole time. So on our last morning safari, we set out with the elephant mission. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to find. I had fresh tracks. I had fresh dung everywhere as I went along, tracking these elephants. Couldn't find them. And literally as we headed back to the lodge, and this was in the Waterbergs in South Africa, we literally got, I think, a kilometer away from the lodge. And we hadn't seen the elephants, and obviously we were all pretty bummed out. And as I coincidentally looked in my rearview mirror, a massive herd of elephants was crossing the road at the back of us. And we didn't hear them. Of course, if they're not trumpeting, if you can't hear their rumble, they can be so stealthy and sneaky. So luckily we got to finish off with elephants, but they truly know how to evade people. And of course, for such a massive animal as well, here in Mashatu, it's very barren and sort of open. So you can see them when they're approaching. But I know specifically in areas like the Bushveld, they can camouflage so well in the winter times with the dead trees. And then in the summertime, even, when everything is green and lush and very abstract to their body color, they can still camouflage very well. I'm very happy to see that the elephants all got the schedule for the day. As you can see, I slotted them in for different times. Now, of course, if only it was that easy. They are just being super nice to us this morning, because as one herd is leaving, another comes. So they truly are treating us today. Gary, thank you so much for getting in touch with us, wanting to know if this area has a large concentration of, getting tongue-tied, of elephants. Yes, Botswana, where Mashatu is at, is very well known for its elephants. Sometimes I've driven in Botswana on literally a main highway, or freeway as you would also call it. And you literally have elephants walking past you. They are very much in abundance in Botswana. And of course, Mashatu is also the land of the giants, referring to the elephants. So yes, definitely. High concentration of them here. And I'm definitely one not to complain about that. Shame, you can see the warthogs here to the side as well. Also enjoying the water, but of course keeping their distance from the elephants. We'll see what that young elephant does now. They tend to be a bit cheekier. Probably going to chase them. There we go. And the warthogs, are they fine there? No. They are always the best. And it's funny, generally the younger they are, the more cheekier they are. That's incredible. It's literally like the elephants are just like making way for each other. As one herd leaves or one group leaves, the next comes. That one's got very interesting tusks. I want us to have a look at that. If you don't run away and you allow me to. Oh no, ooh. Never mind. The one with the interesting tusks is now not showing us both of the interesting tusks. This is very, very interesting. It's sort of like there's a hierarchy here today, and it's always funny because there's a massive watering hole, but as you pointed out, of course they love going to that spring. Ooh, are you okay, baby? Just beautiful. Honestly, so beautiful. I can never get tired of this. So therefore, I will be keeping an eye on these elephants and just absolutely embracing them. And this is lovely. But while I do that, we're going to send you to Andrew, who's very eager to say good morning to all of you awesome people.
Good morning. Hello everyone. Welcome to Amakhala again. And this is where we're coming to you live from in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. And we've just uncovered some buffaloes that seem to be looking either for shade or water, one of the two. And it's a good start to the morning, absolutely. So morning again, my name is Andrew. I have BK with me on board here. I hope you're all well today. It's going to be a nice hot day today, so we are ready for it. I believe it's going to be around about 37 or 38 degrees Celsius. And we've got plenty sunblock. Lots of water, and we are ready to produce today. Oh, this one's covered in oxpeckers. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At least 6 on the one buffalo. That's pretty cool. That's the red-billed oxpeckers. I can only imagine for animals like buffalo who are black in color on a day like today, that's going to be quite hot. They're going to really feel it. They're already looking for shade, and the water's not too far from here, so they will have water before going to the shade, and then I reckon they're just going to sleep it off the rest of the day until probably late afternoon heading towards the evening, and they're going to start getting mobile again. And I think it's going to be warm tomorrow as well. I'm not sure, but if it is, then they'll probably feed throughout the night when it's cool temperatures. But it's just wonderful to see the red-billed oxpeckers. Good morning, Jordan. Well noticed. I never actually saw that, so very well noticed. So the birds are feeling quite hot at the moment. So they do have, if they open up their mouth, just like most reptiles, just to regulate their temperature, what they'll do is they'll open their mouths and just allow the air in to cool them down. And so definitely, if the oxpeckers are behaving like that, Jordan, then we know today is going to be a scorcher. And it's only, it's just past 8:30 now. It's going on to 9 o'clock. So I can only imagine what 12 o'clock is going to bring us, and then 1 o'clock being the hottest part of the day. But very well noticed, by the way. But yeah, the red-billed oxpeckers are actually wonderful to see on this game reserve, because for many years they were extinct from this, not just this game reserve, but most of the Eastern Cape, if not all of it. Back in the day, there's a lot of cattle farms around the Eastern Cape, still very active cattle farms. In fact, even Amakhala used to be cattle farms back in the day, about 25 years ago or so. And a lot of the cattle, well, people that own the cattle, they would have dipped their cattle. And then the oxpeckers went and ate the ticks that had been dipped with the poison, and then they got secondary poisoning. And it very quickly, in a very short space of time, it wiped the entire population totally out. And there was various projects put into place to try and reintroduce, and a few times very unsuccessful, but they managed to get it right, and the oxpeckers are flourishing now. So they've made a solid comeback, and it's very wonderful to actually see and hear them out here. It's wonderful. Now, animals like buffalo, they're definitely going to need those oxpeckers, and without them, of course, they're not going to get as much ticks removed off the body. They can mud wallow the buffalo. They can also go scratch themselves on branches and things like that to get rid of those ticks. But oxpeckers ultimately are going to help them a lot. So by coming back as being reintroduced as they have been, it's going to help a lot of the animals out a lot. And there's a real Dagga boy out there. I don't know if you can see that muddy one out there. I'm sure BK has got it. So that's what we call a Dagga boy. Now in South Africa, Dagga is cement. When you're mixing cement, that's Dagga. And now it looks like there's cement plastered on him from mud wallowing. And so they've got the nickname many years ago. I think it developed sort of in the 1800s, just past the 1800s, as Dagga boys. And these are older males. And they tend to be a bit more covered in parasites than the rest of them because they are slightly older and sort of easier to target. And they do a lot of spending time in the mud and mud wallowing. And of course, when it's going to be a hot day like it is today, just to put some mud on the body, you can imagine the sun is not going to do anything to those parts of the skin that is covered in mud. So it's definitely an ideal sunblock, not just for the animals, but also for humans. If you're in a survival situation and you are being fried alive by the sun, which, you know, some people have been really badly damaged by the sun, your best friend is going to be clay mud. Cover your body in it, and the sun can't do anything to you. You're going to be fine. And then also ticks are going to battle to get to those places where they want to if there's mud in the way. And then also for the ticks that are already latched onto the body, once that mud starts to peel off the body, and as well as the animal going up to a branch just to sandpaper the body, it's going to scratch off those ticks. So mud is very important for them. And it's just amazing how they create their own mud wallows. I've seen a very well established mud wallow before. Hello, Michael. Thank you so much for your question. No, they're bovids or bovines. So this is essentially a wild cow, part of the bovine family. They're very impressive animals. Just their size and the size of their horns with some of the bulls, and the fact that they operate in big herds like this. This is a sort of a medium to a small sized herd. But I do remember in the Timbavati when I used to work out there, the biggest herd I ever saw was about 400 buffalo. Can you imagine? That is a lot of power with 400 animals. So they are mobile sort of straight in the direction of Liebenbosch Pan now. We are on a road called Impala Road. It's quite a nice area this to view. It's open. It allows us to see the animals quite well. But by the same token, the animals can see you coming as well. So those nervous, skittish animals, they might already disappear before you even get into the area. In the past, I've seen aardwolf out here, right sort of where these buffaloes are. I've seen bush pig here on one occasion, which is very impressive to watch. And bush pig, if you're used to warthog, you imagine what a big warthog looks like. And you're going to try and imagine what a big bush pig looks like, much bigger than a warthog by about an extra 30 kilograms. And I've seen them out here, very impressive looking animals, bush pig. JJ, hello. Yes, that's the function of parasites out here. You know, when we think of the word parasite, we think negative, bad, as people. But in the animal kingdom, in Mother Nature's system, ticks are very important because they're going to make already weaker animals sick. And they might die from a disease or a sickness, and that eliminates them because they are weak to begin with, and sort of makes that space open for much stronger individuals. Because Mother Nature does have a system out here, and if you don't sort of have what it takes in the nature, there are mechanisms that will take you out, whether it be predation, whether it be parasites, and so on, and that will control the numbers as well as make space open for much stronger animals. But it's interesting, a tick, very interesting. You know, I often find ticks on my body, and I know I've had some tourists before. They found ticks on their body, and they wanted to immediately go to the doctor. And you have to try and explain to them how it works with a tick. So if you find a tick on your body, or an animal finds it on their body, if they can remove it within the first 12 hours, then they're not going to get sick. Because what happens is a tick is going to take in blood, and it's going to take about 12 hours for that blood to digest in the tick's body, and they pump it back into the host's body. It's a byproduct of your blood, very dirty and toxic, and then they'll take in new blood, and this happens every 12 hours. And the longer animals leave ticks on their bodies, as well as us as people, then the higher your chances are of getting quite sick. Now, I've had tick bite fever before, and it's crazy how bad cases of tick bite fever can affect you. So I had about a medium sort of case of tick bite fever, but I do know of some people who almost got paralysis from ticks. So if you can imagine what it can do to some animals that are not surviving from that. But yeah, we're going to watch them a bit more, see where they go. Maybe we get them drinking water as well. In the meantime, let's head off back to Lisa and see what she's busy with.
Thank you, Andrew. Sheesh, that one buffalo can almost be mistaken for a rhino with all of that mud on it. And of course, as I promised, I'm still just appreciating and just getting lost in this beautiful sighting of elephants. And now they are leaving us. But I remember long ago on a safari, I had a guest that had like literally the massive or the biggest argument with me over rhino, because one of the rhinos had mud wallowed, much like that buffalo, and the other one was pretty much still dry. So of course their coloration was different, and this guest insisted the one is a black rhino and the other one is a white rhino, because of course your rhinos, just like the buffaloes and the elephants, you know, they love to get that mud on their skin. And eventually we came to an agreement that both of them were white rhino. But it's always so interesting, you know, to see how quickly the animal's skin can actually change with the color of the mud. Just like that cool buffalo you saw. Just want to have a look-see and see what else we can see. Some elephant dung. And a warthog. Good old Pumbaa. Enjoying some of that green vegetation in the water. Of course, warthogs are primarily vegetarian, feeding off roots and bulbs and shrubs. But of course, this is a wonderful time of the year. As I mentioned, we are anxiously awaiting the rains. But of course, in the water, that greenery is just lovely. Getting a good morning salad. And you can, just from here, we can see that is a male, or as we call it, a boar. Just purely because he's got two sets of tusks. So that massive set... tusks. Two sets of warts. Sorry. The massive set of wart below the eyes, and then one just above the tusks. And that is how they derive their name as well. A warthog. I like them. And you want to know what the best thing about all of this is? This warthog has no idea we're here. He has no idea there's people watching him and just admiring him and checking him out. We are very, very lucky to be doing so. And warthogs, if you actually look at their body structure, obviously they're very stocky animals, very, very feisty if they are taken on. But because they eat roots and bulbs, things they have to dig up, their heads are literally their shovels. So they'll often go on their knees. I always say they're praying before their meals. And then they'll actually use their head to dig up all the roots and bulbs and food. I remember not too long ago, I was on safari and we saw a warthog chewing bones. And my guest was literally freaking out. She was like, "It's a cannibal!" And it was not a cannibal. A lot of animals go through that practice specifically in winter time. So you'll see giraffes or kudus or warthogs that chew on bones. And that is called osteophagia. That is just to get some extra calcium. Luckily, we can just drink milk or grab a yogurt. I always think how funny it would be if we had to do the things animals do. Of course, some of them eat rocks as well, which is called geophagia. And that is just to help with their digestion.
The Explorers program brings nature lovers together and helps share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Explorers receive so many great benefits, including a chance to watch completely ad-free, luxury travel prizes, access to behind-the-scenes content, and don't forget the weekly newsletter filled with inside information. Explorer subscriptions are available in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly. More on our website.
And as I mentioned, these animals can be quite feisty. If you are ever on a trails walk, or as we call it, a bush walk, whether you're on foot in the safari on foot, with an experienced naturalist and a trained naturalist, you have to be very, very careful when walking past old termite mounds, because what these pigs do is they live in that old termite mound. And often if they get a fright, they'll just sort of run out to get away. And as I mentioned, their heads are literally shovels. So imagine being smacked on your shins with a shovel. That's pretty much the impact it has. Long ago, I had a colleague that actually had his leg broken by a warthog on a bushwalk. So they may be small, but they are not to be underestimated. All right. Well, let me see what else is around our watering hole. But while I do that, I'm going to send you to Rolf, who would love to say good morning to you.
Yes, hello and good morning and welcome to the Escape to Nature show. I'm coming to you live from the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, not too far from where Andrew and BK are at Amakhala. My name is Ralph Kirsten and I want to just illustrate a little point here. There we're watching giraffe off in the distance, and if folks were watching the sunrise and sunset safaris, I think it was mainly on the sunset safari recently, they had safari bingo. But I was the only location that wasn't included. And I think it's because I would have won too easily. And I'll just illustrate my point. Because there we're watching giraffe. I'll just zoom out nice and slowly. So we would tick off our giraffe. And then we could go and we could tick off impala, tick, or sticker, whichever way you want to do it. And then we could do zebra. And as we pan across, a beautiful location here in the eastern part of the reserve. So we've got 3 animals in already. We could do sacred ibis. Do blessbook. I think that's us already. Although I'll do some more. There's an ostrich. Bingo. Done. So that's why they didn't include me, I'm pretty sure, because it would have been too easy. But let's get back to the business of the day. And we've been watching these ostriches. They were mating earlier. I think it was that male in particular that was mating with a female. And now it looks like he's got his head in the ground. And that myth comes from where the ostriches, they make a scrape in the ground when they nest. And obviously from a distance, when they're moving their eggs around, it does look like they're putting their heads in the sand. And so that's where that myth comes from. They don't actually. We know this. Just like I'm pretty sure that elephants don't eat peanuts. And I don't think they're scared of mice either. Quite a few myths and legends about. See this female impala now moving through as well. So Erica, well, this morning early when I came down, I came across 2 caracal and a honey badger. They ran across the road in front of me as I was making my way down here. But I've seen from here jackals off in the distance as well, also calling. I've had crowned eagles flying around in terms of predators, but they have kept themselves pretty secretive. They're hiding up off in the thickets, and I'm pretty sure that they do come down here at night, but they haven't come up to my vehicle as of yet. But I'm pretty sure that at some stage they will. Yesterday we had the rhinos that were all around my vehicle. That was a wonderful sighting that we had. 3 of them, Tembi and a calf, and then a male came. There was a little bit of snorting and grunting between them, but there wasn't much of any fighting or so on. She was just sort of warding him off, letting him know that she's not keen on anything mating-wise, and that also he back up from the youngster. So generally all the predators, they sort of keep themselves quite secluded in those thickets off in the background there. And the baboons and monkeys have been letting me know that they are there, but it's been rather difficult to be able to spot them. It's much easier to go on foot, but you need to go on foot with a small party, maybe just alone or 1 or 2 people, because you can also make a rather loud noise as you do move through the bush. We've often found that it's actually easier to get closer to predators with a vehicle, but I've found on foot, if I've had just 1 guest, maximum 2 that have come walking with me, that's the time when you can get rather close and trail predators and get up to them if you're very silent and you use the wind in your favor. So I'll tell you what, I haven't got any photos yet of impala. Let me try get a couple. They're not very close, so it's not easy to get a nice shot. And you always seem to be cutting one animal or so. There I'm cutting the zebra off. They come closer, then I'll zoom in on one animal. I like to get facial markings of impala. They are particularly colored, and they do have a beautiful face, like that one that's looking at us now. If I was able to zoom in further, that would make a wonderful picture. All ruminating, as you can see, chewing the cud. And that counter shading coloration that they have. Dark on top, lighter all the way down. Listen. Marina Trogon calling. I don't know if you heard that, but it's like a whoop, 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 whoop. I've been hearing them all morning. It's a very rare bird, very special bird, but locally common here. And it's breeding time, so they're all calling at the moment. So Camille, yeah, good observation. It's very green, and it does stay green all year because we have all year rainfall here. Although in recent times it's been very dry, comparatively speaking. You know, it's like when in England, if they don't have rain for 2 weeks, it's considered a drought. So because it's relative to the amount of rain that they normally get. So for us here, we have been in the grips of an extensive drought. Even though we have had some rain, comparatively it's been very low, and so the dams and the rivers have dried up, and there's been water shortages in a lot of the towns in the Eastern Cape. From Port Alfred, where I live, we've been a couple of years. Some people have been almost 3 years without water in their taps. Makanda, or the old Grahamstown, they haven't had water in their taps for a few years now. Gqeberha, or the old Port Elizabeth, they are teetering on day zero. And so with the rains that we've had in the last couple of weeks, it has helped alleviate that a little bit. And we're hoping that continues. Normally all year rainfall, but more so in winter. And it's the only region in South Africa that has all year rainfall, and the only region in South Africa that you will find this kind of greenery all year. So a very special region here in the Eastern Cape, and in particular here in the Albany Thicket biome. And as a result of that all year rainfall, very high carrying capacity, and that's why the Addo Elephant National Park has the highest concentration of elephants anywhere in Africa, where in under 100,000 hectares they've got over, I think they have 600 elephants. It's incredible, and it can sustain even more than that. And this region also being in the Sweetveld, whereas the Lowveld and the other areas in the Sourveld, so the carrying capacity of those particular regions is much lower than here in the Albany Thicket. You often find zebras standing like this, head to toe, and then every now and then they actually rest their snouts over each other's backs. So I think their heads must be quite heavy. But then it's a mutual alleviation or resting position, as well as them both being looking in opposite directions. So it's probably good for anti-predator behavior as well. So this is a very common stance that you find zebra in pairs, not necessarily male or female. It can be two males, it can be two females. Generally, it would be a male and a female, or two females, especially if you have stallions. They would generally fight with other males and not want them around. So that would generally be the makeup of the sexes when they're doing this. And the tails just swooshing, chasing flies. And obviously as they swoosh, like you saw there, it does hit the other one in the face. So it's starting to warm up nicely now, but it's not extremely hot just yet. The clouds are still around, and there's a nice breeze coming through as well, so it's keeping me nice and cool, and I would imagine the animals the same. There's a bit of a younger zebra. Take a couple of photos there. So in the background there's an emerald spotted wood dove calling, but also constantly the Narina trogon as well. They've got a similar sort of tone or pitch to the call, but the emerald spotted wood dove continues with its hoot toot hoot toot 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 toot, whereas a Narina trogon is just like toot 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 toot. And there's an emerald spotted wood dove. There's the Narina trogon, but it's quite faint, it's quite far. Not sure if you would have been able to hear that, but they were both calling there. So wonderful to see these zebra, albeit they're rather inactive. I'm watching these inactive zebra, seemingly maybe going off to sleep and having a nap. Let's see what the zebra, if there are any, what they're doing at Okukuyu.
Rolf, there are indeed, and they just left. Yes, I think you would have done brilliantly with a animal bingo, but I think I would not have done too bad myself. But that being said, I do think I have a massive advantage just being able to be at the watering holes and wait for animals to come to me. So we literally just had zebra, wildebeest, springbok, kudu, oryx, and there was another one here. We had quite a few species here now, and of course some of them have already moved off. You can see they're far in the distance. Those black dots are the wildebeest. But the oryx and the springbok have stuck around for us, so that's really, really cool. There you can see the zebras as well, just off to the left in the distance. But of course, as I mentioned, I'm very, very lucky as a naturalist because I literally just wait for the animals to come to me. I'm so lucky. And of course, I get to share it with all of you, so that makes it even more special. But I just love how the oryx just completely get into the water and they just cool down. And interesting with the oryx, the antelope in the middle, so the smaller ones are the springbok, and then in the middle is the oryx, and then here off to the left with the bigger horns, well, bigger than the springbok, we've got the impala as well. So quite a few species, but interesting with the oryx, the antelope in the middle, they actually have a very cool design, I would say, in their nostrils. So in their nasal region, they actually have a special set of veins, which is called the carotid rete. And that actually cools down the blood before it goes to the brain, as a means to prevent brain damage. It could potentially be because they have these massive horns, and that of course is a lot of weight on their skulls as well. But often here at Ukukuyo, you will see them in the water just completely enjoying it. And then of course one of my other favorites is the dabchicks, or the little grebes, just here in the middle. Just want to see what they're making way for. That was very interesting. They all just abruptly got out of the water. There might be some elephants or something coming that we do not see yet. Or perhaps they just decided they're done swimming for now. My brother used to do that. We would go on holiday and he would literally just get out, when he's decided he's had enough now. No warning, no nothing. And for me, I am low-key a mermaid. I love swimming, especially on holiday. And just like those oryx, he would just literally get out of the water. He's done it. He's had enough. There we go. But again, as I say, we do not see everything. So there might be something approaching. Last week, I had some lions here at Ukukuyo in the evening on Sunset Safari, literally just before we stopped. And it was so incredible, honestly. So you never know what's lurking around or what might be looking at the animals that we don't see. I always refer to this location as the moon because it looks like the moon. The moon with a random few trees and then just throw some animals on it. I'm really hoping we see some elephants here today, or rhinos, or even the Kori bastard. That would be pretty cool as well. But of course, we'll be happy with everything and anything. Whatever Mother Nature decides to spoil us with. But I would love to hear from you. What would you like to see today? What would you like to know and learn about today? Whether it's from myself or Rolf or Andrew, really anything. Remember, this is your safari and we would love to just completely tell you anything you would like to know about the animals or about the different locations. So please do send us your questions or comments or anything you may have. And join us on this live interactive safari experience. Samantha, yes, it does look like every species or every animal, has their specific spot that they like to drink from. Definitely, just like us. Some of us prefer sitting in a certain spot, some of us prefer sleeping in a certain spot. Like for me, when I'm asleep, I don't care. I can sleep on a table, so I don't care where I sleep. But my significant other, he's got one side and that's his side and I'm not allowed on that side. But it truly is so incredible just to see all of these animals coexist. But speaking of animals that are coexisting and just doing their thing, let's see how Andrew and his buffalo are doing.
Okay, so buffaloes have just come to Liebenbosch Pan now to drink, and it's turned out to be actually quite a nice sighting. This is really, really nice. And they're drinking on both sides, so in front and then also just off onto the left side where you are watching now. And there's the main dam called Liebenbosch Pan, and we're just off Liebenbosch Main Road now. Yeah, see the oxpeckers, they're beautiful. Very pretty birds, actually. With that brown body and that pitch red beak. Very attractive. So I see Ralph was talking about sort of the droughts and the grips of the drought that the Eastern Cape is finding themselves in. So this pan, actually now where you're seeing these buffaloes drink now, this little concrete sort of bowl, this was created about, I think about 3 years ago or so, or two and a half years ago, because of that very bad drought. And of course, animals are very dependent on water, and when there's a drought and there is no water, or it's running out, then it's a problem, because the Bushman's River here is almost totally dry, and that would have been the main source of water for most of the animals. Now that's sort of gone now because of it's dried up, and so the reserve had to sort of now think of an idea of what they're going to do next. So they did drill into the groundwater, so through a borehole we call, and it's slowly feeding into this pan over here. But now you can't confuse the animals. You can't give them too much water, and then they realize that the water is very available, and then they start breeding inappropriately, and not taking in consideration that there is droughts and dry grass, because they get confused. There's water available, so why not breed? And that's a problem, because any of the calves that become born, there's not a lot to sustain a baby boom of calves, and so we can't confuse them as a reserve. So they just fill it up to their ankles, if you will, if the buffalo's ankles, and then that's just enough for the buffalo. Giraffe come down here as well. Elephants frequently drink here, but they must feel the stress. It's very important that they do feel that stress. We had some zebras drinking here as well earlier on. There is a warthog with these buffalo somewhere around here. Okay, BK, I think let's just try get those ostrich up there, because I know Darcy Miller is very keen on ostrich. There's BK just moves there. There's those young ostriches from Papa Ostrich. Those are the youngsters. So Papa Ostrich is not here at the moment. These ostriches have now become independent, and they are sort of walking in the land on their own little litter, if you will, or little clutch of sub-adults. And then in a few months, maybe about 6 or 7 more months, they're going to separate from one another and actually start breeding. So they do breed at a young age. Okay, and they're getting quite big. From the last time I saw them, it's actually amazing how much bigger they've gotten. Okay, buffaloes are having a good time out here. This pan actually reminds me of that pan at Ukukuyo. And you see how the buffaloes go right into it. And they've got no problem just having a bit of maybe a siesta in the water while they cool down. There haven't been crocodiles, or I don't think crocodiles have occurred here in a very, very long time. I don't think the temperatures are adequate for crocodiles out here. And so they don't have that fear, and they're not worried about that. So they'll go straight into the water with no issues at all. Very peaceful. If you could feel the temperatures out here now, and you look in the vast distance there, and you can see just a small oasis pops out in this vastly open area. It's beautiful with the buffalo. Whoops, a bit of an argument here.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
So I'm just trying to think where these buffaloes are going to go after they drink water, because it's going to still pick up in temperature. We're not too far from the dune forest, so perhaps they'll go up Twin Dams Road, and I know there's also a Twin Dams Road in Djuma. So it seems like some of the reserves, they've got that name, Twin Dams Road. They might go up there. Okay, I think let's head off to Ralph quickly and see what he's busy with.
So everyone, these two have now started having a go at each other properly. And I hope they don't stop. It's always like that, Murphy's Law. They were having a proper cockfight. But it seems like the one on the right may have come off second best. It looks like that. Off he goes. The ostrich antics continue. No, it looks like we may have some more contenders. Let's just move across here quickly, because I don't want to miss it. They come up right up against each other, bash each other's chests, their necks sort of become intertwined, and then they kick at each other, much like cockerels do. It's chickens, but on steroids. So was that the loser, or was he off to go and show the other males as well? So it seems like in the last 2 days, I don't know if it's coincided with it heating up a lot. Maybe that's brought their frustrations to the fore. With it being hotter, sometimes we do find animals become more aggressive. Very interesting. Whether that's just a coincidence, I don't know. But there's now 4 male ostriches here, all in breeding plumage and all of similar size. So it's all down to who's going to be the strongest, I would say. Maybe we'll get some calling from them now. I think I have a spider's nest somewhere on my vehicle. I've got tiny spiders everywhere. Anyway, so if you hear me blowing or swishing things away, it's tiny little spiders crawling all over me. This guy coming back. Often they have a bit of an altercation and then off they go chasing each other. Agatha, I've never seen an ostrich fight, so this is a first for me, but definitely it could lead to death, because if one of them hooks the other one as they're kicking, they could definitely open them up. They're serious weapons, are those toes with the claws on the end. Now this one is pursuing, I'll just go a little bit further to the right. It's pursuing this other one. I don't know if it's, I think it's these two that had the altercation. But definitely, I think there is real potential that one could kill another. See that posturing as well with the flicking of the wings like that. That one sort of posturing as it's walking away, and this one walking through is not posturing as much. It's quite comical. It's almost like the one that's walking away is the one saying the most as he's leaving the conflict. Oh, we have a turnaround. Is the combat going to begin once more? Let's see. Now a bit of displaying. They do this both for females and when they are trying to ward off other males. Really putting a show on for us today are the ostriches. And I must say, this is more their kind of weather. It's getting nice and hot now, and that is generally what ostriches prefer. It's a bit of backwards and back and forth. This one was being pursued, and now he's the pursuer, as the other one is just over there. forgotten about the pursuit. Let me fix my feathers. Oliver, I do believe, and as far as I can see, it's all elke man for himself, every man for himself. And there's no real ganging up. It's only the strongest will be the most dominant. But I haven't quite seen that one is particularly dominant. They all seem to have their moments where they dominate another, and as you saw there, then one dominates, then the other one runs away, but a few minutes later it's that same one that dominated that's running away. So it's all a little bit confusing, and maybe why they are coming to blows now, because there's no real dominance established. These are just my observations. Let's go in there. And the more conflict there is, the sort of brighter these birds seem to be getting in their shins. It's obviously making their testosterone flow and getting even better breeding plumage. A zebra milling around there in the background. Beautiful feathers on these ostriches now. So, with two fights now that I've witnessed, I haven't seen any injuries on any of the ostriches. So for now, the conflict hasn't resulted in anything too serious. Obviously, if there's no dominance established, that may in fact be required for somebody to actually get significantly injured. There's a black cuckoo calling now. Pauline, correct. So you see those are the ear openings behind the very large eye. You can see that sort of hole there, and that is indeed their ears. Obviously, most birds would have feathers that cover it, but it's quite exposed with the ostrich, and they've got massive eyes in relation to the size of their head. I think it's one of the largest in that sense. Just going to have to zoom out a bit. And back to a bit of feeding. All the while, the zebra seemed to not even have taken notice. One having a snooze. We used to joke as students when we spent quite a bit of time with ostriches, and we sort of came to the conclusion that ostriches pretty much only have two thoughts, and it's either the one they're thinking or the next one that comes across them. So we used to often say it's like beat heart, eat grass, run, eat grass, beat heart, eat grass. A very simple brain, I do think. Almost entirely instinctive, but still fascinating creatures. For a nice photo with those zebra in the background. He lifts his head. I think these are probably the best photos I've had so far today. Take a few of those. It's nicely framed with those zebra in the background. There's an ostrich nice and close. Make for an interesting photo, and the sun coming through now as well, so the light is great. Still some shadows going across, so there's nice contrast. Now I'm cutting those zebra off in that one off in the background now. I do so want to get some photos of them fighting. Action shots. Bit of an itchy ankle. And there's a warthog, another animal to tick off the bingo list. Let's have a look at him. Righty, so nice little look on a warthog. Righty, well, enough from us here at Kariega for the time being. I think let's go and see if Andrew's buffalo are still around.
Well, sounds like you all had quite an interesting sighting with the ostrich fighting. It is quite impressive to watch, so that's pretty cool. And we're still with these buffaloes out here. A lot of them have already had a bit of a swim and a drink, and they're slowly moving up there. And they are sort of angling towards the Twin Dams area, so they might just go in there. And I think perhaps for the afternoon, these buffalo will be totally gone, hiding in that dune forest, and I think it'll be very difficult to pick up a visual again. So I'm glad we're spending time with them now. So I've actually seen waterbuck in this pan as well, doing exactly what these buffalo are doing, just sitting in the middle and enjoying the cool water. And that's very impressive to watch a big waterbuck in the water, just sitting, getting cool. There's also an Egyptian goose that's hanging around here, just the one on the side there. Usually operating in pairs. I've only seen the one here this morning, so perhaps this one has lost its partner, which can happen. As they do get hunted by buzzards and things like that, and jackals and so on. Oh, and those buffaloes on the end there just having a bit of a sparring match there. White mane, welcome and hello. Yes, yeah, so it's clay mud. It's a bit of a lighter clay mud, and it has totally dried, causing that one buffalo to become quite pale in color. But we actually, myself and BK, we just had a sighting about 30 minutes ago of some of the buffalo in Impala Pan, which isn't full of water at the moment. It's only really mud. And they went in there and they had a good old mud wallow. So some of them will take on that appearance later on as it dries up. A bit of the white clay. We do get white clay out here. We also get the black clay. Let's see there. Oh, cool. Yeah, go for it, BK. So BK has spotted some birds here. I'm just going to talk a bit softly here. Just have a look here. That is a pearl-breasted swallow. Very good good spot, BK. Pearl-breasted swallows. It's one of our local summer residents. But in winter, they're going to migrate all the way to Europe. And I saw the first one at Kariga when I was doing Ralph's job for the season. So they've been around for at least a month already. I use them as indicators. When I start to see pearl-breasted swallows, I know that summer is just around the corner. It's quite amazing because you're seeing them perching on a rock there. It's more the swifts and the sawwings. They don't really perch too much. Don't really see that. They do everything in flight, including drinking water. They'll skim the tops of the water. But on a day like today, I'm sure the swallows don't mind at all, just perching on a rock or on the ground. Good one. Okay, so one buffalo is now getting up and shuffling around. But just sitting here, I'm having so many of these different flashbacks of all the different sightings I've had over here over the years. I've seen elephants fighting here quite seriously. And I've seen cheetah here before, when cheetah used to be on the main reserve. We had a beautiful coalition that used to be out here. Sadly, lions did catch one of them and kill one of them. and they put the other one in a different game reserve in a safer area, which is logical. It's just lost its brother. Bush pig I've mentioned. Spring hare, scrub hare. Aardwolf. Yeah, I've seen a big bush pig drinking here before. Massive. Must have been over 100 kilograms. I'm not sure if you can hear that rustling sound. It's the oxpeckers. They're shuffling around. There's a sound. And for myself as a naturalist or any of the field guides, and if okay, no, you definitely need to try and learn the call of an oxpecker, because they can be associated to animals. You know, they do like to eat the parasites off their body. And if I'm doing a bushwalk or whatever the case may be, and I see oxpeckers and I hear them, you know, I can presume there's animals nearby. I must just be cautious. But also when oxpeckers are in flight, you must watch them. And when they're flying and you can actually see them land, then you can presume that potentially you're going to be walking into a big animal, whether it be buffalo or elephant, whatever the case may be. It always interests me that on a hot day like today, we can see some of these buffaloes like they're lying down in the middle of the sun, and you think, come on, why don't you just move off to the shade? You're going to be a lot cooler. But bear in mind that the buffaloes have had some water to drink now, and that really cools them down. And so on a day like today, they should drink at minimum twice in the day. They might even go for a third drink, and that's going to really cool them down quite a bit. So water is very important for buffalo, and hence the reason why they're so water dependent. Taylor, morning. It does seem that way, but you know, it's in a period of a day. I mean, buffaloes they do a lot, especially the younger buffaloes that are still coming of age. They do a lot of sparring, and it's very important that they do that. It's gonna help them develop those neck muscles and get strong, and also learn strategies or tactics, and then also get to know their opponents quite well in the future. So they actually spend a lot of time sparring. And we see this in the antelopes as well. Impalas spend a lot of time sparring. Waterbucks, even warthogs, they do a lot of sparring from time to time. Elephants, young elephant bulls. I've never seen buffaloes actually having a serious fight, but I have seen the aftermath of it. And these buffaloes were actually fighting, and they crashed into each other, and it caused a crack on one of the buffalo's horns at the base, on the boss, what we call, and it started to bleed quite badly out of that. So it's quite hectic.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
What have you got there, BK? The warthog? Yeah. Okay, good show. See the warthog over there on its, I think they're called wrists. I don't know if they don't call them ankles. I think they call them wrists. Or elbows, rather. Just come up. So you saw when the warthog was down on its wrists. And then when it stood up, it was quite a difference. So definitely when a warthog wants to really get to the base of the grasses, or even roots for that matter, just to bring them closer to the ground, they just go on those wrists. And because of their short neck, it just brings them very close to the ground, makes it a bit more comfortable. It's quite a big warthog, this one. Alright, we're going to just keep watching, see where they go in the meantime. I think let's head off to Lisa at Djuma Dam Cam.
Thank you, Andrew. And how cool is it to see all of those buffalo? I would love to see the pink-nosed buffalo. I have never seen a pink-nosed buffalo in my life. So hopefully I get the privilege to one day see that buffalo, or maybe another one. Right now we are in Djuma with my favorite bird. Let me just go a little bit back. This birdie is really playing with us. We've been watching it for a good 15 minutes, and then it goes behind a bush, and now it's behind a log, and now it's going behind another bush. Just bear with me, because I would love to share this beautiful bird with you. But that is called an African jacana. They are also known as the lily trotters for this exact reason. They look like they're almost walking on water. It is obviously a little bit difficult with a dam cam, but do yourself a favor and research an African jacana bird. They have the most beautiful coloration, and I mean, I know there's a lot of beautiful birds, specifically in Africa, but of course all around the world in nature. But this bird is just stunning. Let us see if we can catch up with it. Just bear with me, please. Because it was out in the open so nicely. You can see it's just behind that bush. But as I say, if you do not know what this bird looks like, please go research them. They are awesome. And the reason I love them so much, they are polyandrous. Now, what does that mean, Lisa? You may ask. That means the ladies are not ever ready to settle down. So, what happens is a male literally does everything. He constructs the nest. A female will literally move from male to male to male to male to male, lay the eggs, and just take off. So the males actually take care of constructing the nest, they incubate the eggs, and they raise the little ones. It's really the coolest thing to see. I haven't seen little ones for myself in actual, in actual life. But as you can hear, I love these birds, so I research them quite often. And it's really the cutest thing when you see photographs of them. You can just see like a jacana with all of these little legs under them. And as I say, that's actually the male that's taking care of the little ones. So just bear with me. I just want to see if it comes out in the open again. I know currently we are looking at a bush, but it has been cooperating with us so nice, and now he's just hiding. Rachel, so that is a brilliant question, asking if they carry their chicks on their feet. No, they do not. However, it is a very good question because they have massive feet. In Afrikaans, we call them the groottoon, which means big toe. And they literally have these massive feet, obviously allowing them to trot on the lilies and walk on the water. Let's just see if we can get past this tree. Oh, Jacana, you are not working with me. I need you to work with me, please. There we go. He's working with us. Jacana drama indeed. Oh, now there's another bush. Okay, we're going to try one last time. If not, then we'll see what else is around this watering hole. Oh, now he's in such a hurry. Look at that. Sorry, I know I'm just rambling on, but I really do love these birds. So no, they do not carry their young on their toes. The male will actually tuck the chicks under his wings. And as I say, I haven't seen it for myself, but I've researched a lot of videos, photographs. It is the cutest thing. And as I say, they are really, really pretty birds. So they construct their nest actually like it's a floating nest in the water near the edge. And they've got these impeccably beautiful brown eggs. So it's quite easy to identify them, but yes, I've always found their social structure, if you will, or their breeding structure so fascinating. Just come out for us once, please, Jacana. You have been so nice the whole time, and now that I want to share you with people, you are just hiding. And of course, there's a terrapin on the log there in the back. Come on, Jacana. Let's see if I play its call maybe. Perhaps. No, that did not work. All right, but that's all right. Hopefully you got to see a glimpse of it. But as I say, please do yourself a favor and go research this bird. They are really stunning. They've got blue and yellow on their bodies, and I don't know, I just love them. So yes, sorry for that random birdie. Just really wanted to share that with all of you. But let us take a look at what else is around this beautiful waterhole in Djuma. There's our Egyptian geese with their little chicks. Animals. No animals around. I just want to have one last look to see if that jacana is going to show itself. If not, we will see what's happening at our other watering holes. You can just see the movement there at the back. But this jacana is now making it its mission for me not to show all of you. That's all right. We'll catch you. I literally spent a good 15 minutes looking at him out in the open and everything. And of course, Murphy's Law. All righty. That is all right. We will have a look again later to see what is happening at Djuma. But in the meantime, let's head on over back to Mashatu and see what's happening. No, wait! There's elephants! You see, these animals think they're very clever. I literally just shouted to myself, no, wait. There's elephants. Oh, look at the little ones. There's another little one coming. And I'm wondering if that tiny... Oh! Just going straight on the legs. I'm wondering if that is not Tess's little one from the other day. On Sunset Safari, she saw a baby elephant that literally was a couple of hours old. Oh, just look at that baby having the best time. Oh man, how incredible. You see that Jacana was playing with us for a reason. I believe everything in nature happens for a reason. And specifically on safari. I have had so many hits, a lot of misses as well. but specifically hits with animals, where you're literally delayed by 5 minutes, whether you've had a flat tire or, just something happening, and then you get to see the most incredible thing. They are in quite a hurry. That little one didn't even have time to properly swim. If it's all right with everyone, I'm just going to keep an eye on the little one. Never mind. The Jacana has also told them about the hiding secret. Just get behind a bush or a log so the humans can't see you. Hopefully they go to that mud puddle over there and have a good old wallow or splash about. Oh, and there is a saddle-billed stork. This day is just getting better and better. Oh, Baba. Oh, that is so precious. There we go. Put on your low range. Get down that hill. Clanky. Clanky in Afrikaans translates to little one. That one is a clanky. Oh man, what a treat. They literally just came for a quick hello. I do believe there are still some individuals here at the water. One. There's always one. That's all right. We'll look at you. You will have to do. Oh, and that has got to be one of the most beautiful noises or sounds in the bush. Is just when they splash about, whether they're swimming or, throwing mud on themselves, but also when they're drinking and just playing with that water. Just want to have one last look and see if the rest of the herd did not stick around. But I highly doubt that. They seem to have been on a mission. And this Ellie will probably catch up with him now. Yes, you chase away that bird. It's a lapwing. You're not allowed to chase the Jacana though. Wait, is it? It is the Jacana. Bear with me for 2 seconds. I just want to show you all the Jacana. Look how pretty he is. He's got such big feet. A nice coloration. Alright, I'm going home. My day is made. Now, of course, I will never forsake everyone, but thank you so much for listening to my rambling about the jacana. Had it not been for that beautiful bird, we would not have seen those elephants. Beautiful. Awesome. I think let's see what Andrew is up to while I look at all of the birds and all of the animals at the different watering holes. Let's see what he has been up to.
Okay, again, we are still watching these buffalo, and they were actually quite close to the vehicle. One has gone behind the vehicle now, so it's going to be tricky to show it to you. But the rest of them, they're actually moving at a much slower rate than they were earlier. So I think they might even lie down somewhere in these localized thickets here in the Liebenbosch area, which would be nice. In the safari trucks this afternoon, they can come with their guests and, of course, show their guests some buffalo. But believe it or not, buffalo can be pretty tricky to find sometimes. Buffaloes, if they don't want to be seen and they're hiding in the thickets, you can go a few days without seeing these buffalo. Okay, so this one that was behind the vehicle is now just come onto the side, and we're particularly close to this one here now. This is an adult female. I'm just trying to see what grasses she's actually eating there. It does look like the red grass, the leaves of the red grass. It's actually one of their favorite types of grasses, a very sweet grass. Trimida trianda is the red grass. You can see how they use their tongues to wrap around the blades of grass to pluck it out. So their tongues are very, very busy when they feed. It's actually quite interesting because when we first Francis, hi there. It's actually a good question because, Amakhala used to have a coalition of male lions, so 2 male lions that used to operate as a coalition, and they were formidable. They hunted quite a few buffalo, yes, not just the young ones. We're talking about the full-grown adult ones. But from our location where we are watching these buffalo, not too far from here actually, there was a buffalo killed by that coalition that I'm mentioning now. But currently, those 2 adult females, which are usually together, they're going to battle with the full-grown buffalo. This is a very powerful animal, and I don't think they'll even try it. They'll definitely go for calves and injured ones. When it comes to a full-grown adult, it's taking a big chance. And then, of course, the male lion that is out here, he does spend a lot of time solo or solitary, and by himself, he's going to battle, really battle, especially because he's only 3 years old now. So I think for now, the buffaloes are reasonably okay. But as the days roll on, that male lion is getting stronger and stronger and more adapted in hunting. And he will go for bigger things as time goes on. And when they do eventually sort of settle down and stay together more frequently, the 3 of them, they would definitely be able to take down a buffalo. Yeah. So in the future, watch this space, so to speak. In the future, things will change for these buffalo. But by the same token, all of the calves that are in this group, whether they be sub-adult or newborn, they are definitely at risk. But I was saying earlier on, it's quite interesting to sort of like just watch that when we first came into the sighting, the buffalo is a little bit cautious of us, and fair enough. But we've been with them for, what is it, 2 hours now, just under 2 hours. And they've almost gotten to know us quite well. And we park the vehicle in a nice place, and they just feed towards us. And as I mentioned just now, one even went behind the vehicle. I didn't even know how close it was behind the vehicle. A couple of meters. So they've really, really gotten used to us, and they're sort of seeing us as something that they don't need to even worry about. This is actually the time when I value the most with Escape to Nature, is that we spend an extended period of time with the animals. And if you're going to see anything very interesting, it's going to be through those extended periods of times. And myself and BK were with I think it was the older lioness, and we were watching her go for, I think it was red hartebeest, if I'm not mistaken. And on her way to trying to go for the red hartebeest, she bumped into some warthogs and almost caught one. It was very, very close. So yeah, no, it's a good time to see things. But if you have any questions, please feel free. You're more than welcome to get through to us and get a hold of us. Send us some messages and requests. If you have any experiences of yourselves in the game reserves with buffalo or any other animal, please do share with us. Myself and BK were just talking earlier on about how crazy expensive buffalo were at one point in time. And that is now that bubble has burst now. And buffaloes, their value has dropped tremendously. So just to give you a little bit of history about this very group of buffalo that you're seeing here. Now, Amakhala as a game reserve, of course, it's an eco-tourism reserve. So, guests come from all over and they come in and enjoy the lodges and they enjoy the animals. And then any of that money that they pay the lodges, that helps to run the lodges to be here. And that goes into conservation and it goes into, renovation of the lodges and all of that. But now, Lion Roars had a very clever idea is, of course, guests would love to see buffalo. It's one of the animals that people would love to see. So the Bailey family, who own Lion Roars, so it's the two sister lodges that they own. It's Bukela Lodge and Klosi Lodge. The Bailey family actually bought these buffalo with the intent to breed them, and then at some point, selling the strong genetics out to other game reserves. And that would create so much revenue for this reserve to continue. And that money was funneled into all sorts of great things for this game reserve. But as I mentioned earlier on, the price value, the money value of the animal has dropped very, very dramatically. And even BK mentioned to me, animals that used to be millions and millions of rands to purchase, they are now in the thousands of rands. So, I think one of the buffaloes recently at an auction not far from here was sold for about 60,000 rand. And originally, when this market was so popular and the bubble was at its peak, buffaloes would go for millions and millions of rands. It's definitely one of the most expensive animals previously to purchase, being disease free, that is. So all these buffaloes are totally disease free, makes them very valuable at one stage. Oh, there's a big bull at the back there, my goodness. So as suspected, some of them are lying right in the open here. I think for now they're fine. And the zebras are also around here, which is nice. So extra eyes for the buffalo and extra eyes also for the zebra. Makes it very convenient. They almost complement each other in the same habitat, looking for dangers. Sure, Bika, I don't know if you want to try, but there is a Cape Longclaw that's in the grass there. It's showing us its beautiful orange throat there. You see it there in the middle there. You see it there. There, it's just, of course, it's flying now, but it might come into a better area right in front here. Yeah, it's just on the tuft of grass there. Alright, so that's called a Cape Longclaw. Very beautiful brown bird with this pitch orange, beautiful throat. The previous name was orange-throated longclaw. The new name is now the Cape Longclaw. But this is a typical grassland area, so we are going to find that the birds that are sort of in this grassland areas, they are usually brown because they're going to be a lot more vulnerable in these open, vast areas. And so being brown, good camouflage, but they will have a little, with this species, will have a little orange throat just to be able to do a bit of courtship and impress the female. And they also have a wonderful call that they let out trying to attract the female for breeding purposes. And this now the breeding time now. So we might actually see at some point Cape Longclaw starting to rake the grass. They use their back claw like a rake to rake up dead grass that is broken and is lying on the floor. And they rake up a bit of nesting material, gather it all up, and they fly off with a nice little bundle of grass, making grass nests. Cape Longclaw. And these buffalo seem to be spreading themselves out a lot now. Hi Holly, naturally to South Africa, yes, or to Africa, it's Cape Buffalo, that's right. Actually here in the Eastern Cape, on the way to Alexandria, someone told me this, I don't know how, I never figured it out. But there is an Indian buffalo farm, and they're farming Indian buffalo not far from Amakhala on a private piece of land. And apparently, Cape buffalo, or this buffalo that you're seeing, because of diseases that are associated to buffalo and so on, it's not really, the meat isn't really eaten. And because now these buffaloes are disease-free and they cost quite a bit of cash, no one is going to, show interest in eating buffalo meat from disease-free buffalo because it would just be too expensive. So there is no real market. And also the milk is apparently not drinkable from Cape buffalo. But with the Indian buffalo, it's totally the opposite. Yes, the diseases that they contract in the game reserves, they could actually contract in the private farming areas with the Indian buffalo, but they're very well inoculated. And apparently they make mozzarella cheese from the Indian buffalo as well. And then the milk is extracted for drinking purposes. Okay, I think let's watch them a bit more, see where they go and what they get up to. But in the meantime, let's head off to Lisa and see what she's doing.
Thank you, Andrew. And I am still with my little Nunu, as we call it. If you look carefully, there's a little tiny baby elephant amongst all of the big ones. You can just see the little trunk every now and again. Oh, just want to get over the stick. Oh, that thing is so tiny. I cannot. I am sure all of you are just freaking out as well. If you love elephants, but also if you love baby animals, that thing is adorable. And just look how all of them are listening and sheltering. Oh, he's got an itch on the trunk. Oh, that's really adorable. I cannot. And the incredible thing with elephants is, of course, when a female has a calf, after having, carried that little one for 22 months, which still to this day breaks my brain, then she will obviously just distance herself a little bit from the herd and have the little one, and then she will introduce the youngster to the rest of the herd, and there will be a big celebration, all of that. But that whole herd knows they cannot move like they generally do for kilometers and for kilometers, in such a short space of time. Because that little one does not know how to use its legs yet. Doesn't know what to do with the trunk. It's obviously still very delicate. So all of them will, of course, support her, and all of them, just like, with all of the elephants, not just the baby, they will all protect one another. And that just, it's just incredible. These animals are really magnificent. You can see mommy's just having a good scratch there, getting the excess mud off her. You can literally see that little one is not completely confident on its legs yet. Yes, it can walk and it can do all of the basics, but you can see it's sort of still wobbling around. And I'm thirsty. I need milk, Mom. If you can just stand still. Woman! Sadie, thank you so much for your question. Elephants, yes. The herd will raise the baby if the mom was to, die or something would happen with her. And that truly is the incredible thing about elephants. I used to work on a reserve, and they actually saved a herd of elephants from Zimbabwe that would have been culled, or, for lack of a better word, killed, unfortunately, because of the dense human population that was increasing. And what had happened was all of these members came from different herds, funny enough. And to this day, they are still integrating elephants in that herd, where there's maybe a baby that have lost a mother or something like that. And interestingly enough, they've all adapted and they all accept each other, even with new members joining the herd. So elephants really are just incredible animals when it comes to their social structure And just, of course, protecting one another and raising each other, because, of course, if mommy is busy with something, there'll be an auntie or cousin or someone that takes over with regards to, just keeping an eye on little one. Of course, baby can just drink from his mom, but all of them will know to protect each other, young, small, aunt, nephew, niece. Oh, amazing, amazing, amazing. And we've got some warthog and impala. Oh, we've got our waterbuck residents. Just want to have a look-see at them, because they are always fascinating animals to see. Two beautiful males. You can actually see there's still an Ellie there at the back having some fun in the mud. That's probably the one that was last to leave the watering hole as well. Just beautiful. But I do believe we have some more Ellies at Ukukuyo, so let's have a look. Look at that. From one watering hole to another. Elephant babies all around. You see, these elephants do look a different color. So I do understand my guests' debate that day when what she had with me about the rhinos. But no, that is just due to the coloration of the mud and everything, just like Andrew explained now with the buffaloes as well. But I just want to see, there is a Nunu here as well. Alright, well, it's not as tiny as our Juma baby. But I mean, a baby elephant's a baby elephant. It's cute nonetheless. Hi, baby. I mean, it's tiny. I'll give it that, but I would guess that's a little bit older than our Juma baby elephant. But I could be wrong, of course. I don't have any of these animals on Facebook, unfortunately. None of them will accept me. Because if I did, I would know all of the exact ages. This is truly just so incredible. And I realize as naturalist, because of course, I do follow the sunrise safaris and the sunset safaris and all of that, even if I'm not a naturalist for the day. And I realize we use a lot of adjectives such as incredible and amazing and awesome and beautiful. But I think as a naturalist, that is how we feel about all of this that we see. To us, this is literally oxygen. Seeing the animals live and thrive and exist. For me, my personal favorite is just to study their behavior and their interactions. I think that youngster is trying to drink, however, it might just be from my perspective or angle, but I don't think that's a cow, much less your mother, but I could be wrong. And look at the tiny, tiny one there in the back. Hannah, you're saying you can watch elephants all day. You and me both, literally. I am obsessed with them. Really, I'm addicted to elephants. I can watch them the whole entire day. They really are so amazing. I don't know, it's just whether they're swimming, mud bathing, drinking, eating, fighting, moving, just standing and sleeping, they're very therapeutic. I almost go into a trance when I watch elephants because they're just so incredible. Of course, all of the animals are, but I don't know. I have a very, very, very soft spot for Ellies. And I always find it interesting, for me personally, this is going to be very random. For me, I do not like baboons at all. I've never had a bad encounter with baboons, but just because I know what they're capable of, I do not like them. But again, I've never had a personal experience to testify from, oh, they're horrible. I just don't like their demeanor. Then with elephants, when I think it was 4 or 5, I was on a safari with my father and we were in the Sabi Sands. And I remember my uncle literally got us in the middle of a herd of elephants. And my father and my uncle sort of got into an argument because we're this close now. And there was an elephant cow that literally put her trunk up to my face and smelled my face. I'm this little girl, no idea what's happening. But to this day, I remember that. So for me, that might be why I love elephants. It could be because I've spent a lot of time with them in the bush, on foot as well, and I've spent time rehabilitating a baby elephant. So it could be all of that. But what makes us love these animals as much as we do? I think let's just take a moment of silence just to take all of this in, because this really is breathtaking. Marley, you would like to know if Namibia has a massive elephant population. Yes, indeed. Not as large as, I would say, Botswana or Edo. But yes, no, they are doing fairly well on their numbers, which again is astonishing because, as I often mention, this area looks like the moon. I don't know if I would want to live here. And these animals do, and they make it work. They adapt. So yes, the Ellies are all around here. Of course, very well known for antelope such as the oryx, the springbok, because they love arid areas. But it's incredible, if you just look at this scene alone, if you were to take away the watering hole right now, it would look so strange. Because what do these animals eat? Of course, there are trees, and there at the back there is other vegetation they feed on. But it almost doesn't look natural, like it doesn't look possible. But yet, like animals do, they make it work. That is one of my favorite things that elephants do, is when they are taking a quick nap or a rest, they literally rest their trunks like that. Literally just like, when you get home after a very long day and you want to do nothing and you just plonk down on the couch and you're like, whew. That is literally what that elephant's doing. Just resting the trunk, everything, because obviously the trunk consists of thousands of muscles. So just to be able just to sort of, relax that for a moment is very, very relaxing for her. These two are smelling something. And again, this is incredible. If you see how they're standing right now, all of them are facing different directions. They're literally making a circle around that tiny, tiny one. The youngster as well, but the really tiny baby is in the middle. How do they know that? Because all of them are checking, smelling, Obviously they've got impeccable smell and hear, so all of them will hear or smell if something's not right. But standing and facing in this manner, they can immediately protect the little one and the rest of the herd for that matter, if need be. Jason, yes, they do look like the ghosts of Ukokoyo with that grey appearance that they have, and of course their blotches on them. But it's just, again, if you look at the scenery, it doesn't look right. Like the first time I saw this, and my mother's also been to this exact same spot. She went last year, and when she showed me photos, I was like, nah, I'm not sure if that looks right. Like it looks photoshopped or something. Because you wouldn't think that animals would want to live here. But again, animals don't always have a choice, They can only migrate for so far or traverse so far. And then they adapt. Just beautiful. And of course, now they just conserving their energy. It is a very hot day, so they've cooled off a bit now with the water. But they'll probably slowly move off, go to shade perhaps, or they might get back into the water. But whilst they deliberate that, I just quickly want to see if that stork is still hanging around in Djuma. Let us just have a look-see. All of the elephants have moved off now. Just want to see, because the saddle-billed stork is also a beautiful bird. Really, really good for photography. Oh, there's an elephant. Just hiding in the bush. Yes, he is still here. I mean, they're pretty, but it's not a jacana. So don't get overwhelmed. No, these are pretty cool birds as well. If you will look at us and show us your beautiful color face. Kiwi. Maybe if I whistle. He heard that. He can't really hear me. Don't worry, I'm not interrupting the stork's day or anything. But look, how cool is that? What a funky bird. They've got a beautifully red and black striped beak. And then they've got this yellow on them as well. They're just stunning. Now, of course, he is cooling off his legs, his beautiful legs, but they do eat fish. Goodness, Lisa. They do eat fish as well. So right now he's busy with preening, but what they do is they'll walk in the shallow waters, and as they walk, they obviously disturb the fish, and then they'll sort of just grab one for a snack. Your yellow-billed stork also does this, your spoonbills. But this one is currently too busy worrying about his looks to care about anything else. And of course, preening for birds is very, very important. Preening is cleaning, essentially. So what they do is, because birds can actually see, in perfect color and detail and all of that, they do defend themselves in that manner, with their color and their beautifully colorful patterns, but also to attract the opposite sex, of course. So you have to look good at all times. You never know who might be looking and then might be interested. Because, of course, the birds and the animals don't have all the dating apps and everything, so they actually have to work for it. Alrighty, let's see what else is around, as this stork is not really interested in getting food right now. It's all about the looks. Look carefully, that elephant is still in the bush. Brilliantly camouflaged. There we go. 2 of them, 3 of them. You can just see the movement. She's elephant. There's a massive spot of shade here. You can come here. You don't all have to share that tiny spot of shade. But again, we don't know what's going on in their heads and in their lives. So they have reasons for doing everything they do. And there's the reason that elephant's actually busy having a tummy scratch. And a whatever else needs to be scratched moment. You can see it's sort of a fallen over tree. So that elephant is just making the best of it and getting its body all over that tree, getting all the spots. Just want to have one last look around to see if anything else is around the watering hole, apart from our stork. That looks like a different bird though. Just to the left of the stalk. So that is a woolly-necked stork. Also looking for some fish or frogs possibly that it could, of course, make a good snack of. And even though they do compete, if they do stay out of each other's way, they will, hopefully both get a fishy fish. However, I have seen it where, a Goliath heron caught a fish and a stork was also around, and then an African fish eagle came in and they sort of fought about it, and then in the end, not one of them got away with it. A crocodile actually got it, so it does happen. Alrighty. Well, we will see what else will await us in Djuma. But for now, let's see what Andrew is up to and what he has found.
See, the hyenas are far more tolerant of vultures than a lion or leopard would be. Occasionally a hyena will bite sort of a couple of tail feathers out of the back of a vulture, but I've never actually seen them, even once they've caught one, actually kill it. Oh, there we go, nearly got him.
We have got an epic battle going on between a pirate fly and a drop-tail ant. Look at that, look at that. So what's happening is these ants are moving from one side to another, and these pirate flies are trying to steal the baby ants.
Okay, I apologize about that. So my mic pack just unplugged at the most random of times there. But we're still with these buffaloes here. Nice sighting. It's all in the open. And they're crossing Liebenbosch North Road now, heading in the north direction. So there is some shade that's nearby here. They're going to lie down. Some have already gone to that area. And all in all, it's quite a productive area here, Liebenbosch North Road. Alright, so there is a buffalo lying down in the bushes there. See if BK will get it for you. And that Duggar boy parked himself in the bush. That's actually quite a nice sighting. It's actually very eerie. Myself and BK were talking now that imagine we're walking in the bush and we come around that bush on the left side of the bush and we suddenly encounter a buffalo that is in that position. It would most definitely be a hair-raising experience. No matter how much experience you have, no matter how many years you've been working in the bush, very hair-raising experience. Now they can be very dangerous animals, especially on foot. You've got to be very careful around buffalo when you're on foot. I avoid them totally. If I know they're in an area, then I'm going to avoid that area rather. On foot, that is. Good place to be there. A little bit of elevation, as you can see. Nice shade. Water nearby, grass nearby. Perfect place just to have a bit of a downtime. But they will still, what was the word I was going to look for? They will still ruminate. So even though that they'll lie down and they'll rest, they'll still gain condition and nutrients through ruminating their food. So if you think about it, buffaloes are actually very busy animals. When they're not sleeping, They're moving around looking for food and water, and then when they are resting, not sleeping but resting, they're ruminating. So invariably they're always doing something. I was lucky a few years ago, I saw the aftermath of buffalo giving birth, and I got to see the young calf with mucus and the birth sac still. But to give you an idea, in all the years I've been in the bush, 16 years, I've only seen about 4 births or 5 births. So it's not common at all to watch or see. What you got there, BK? Oh, nice one. Yeah, there's a calf busy suckling on the mom over there, getting some milk. You see how that young calf is pushing like that? So the udders get full with milk, and then the calf will drink it, but then it becomes empty, those udders. And so to prod it like that, this young calf is promoting that, those udders get full of milk again, refills the udder, and then it drinks it again. But as the days roll on, the demand for milk gets greater and greater, to the point where the mother will say, no more, enough is enough. But at this stage, going to need a lot of the mother's milk. Not as much as, of course, when they're newborn, but even now, that buffalo has got a lot of growing to do, and this is where the mother's milk is going to be very important. Rapid growth through milk is promoted. Yeah, this heat is intense. We've tried to park our vehicle as best I can, yeah? I think both of us are out of the sun, but still, it is blazing out here.
Baby. also not an animal you want to mess with. Especially when they have babies this size, they are just, I don't know, I want to say overly tuned in on everything. So, if they remotely just regard something as dangerous or potentially threatening, they will definitely, obviously, they'll try to get away first. But if need be, they will definitely do whatever they can to protect that little one. And it is really not something you want to approach on foot, because you will not outrun them. Despite their size, despite the fact that a fully grown elephant, a really big elephant can become 6 tons, they can run 40 kilometers an hour. Now, I know that sounds very vague. It's super fast for such a big animal. To clarify a bit more, they can cover 10 to 11 meters just in 1 mere second. Now, that is really, it's almost unfathomable if you think about it, because it's a massive animal. But if you irritate them just enough, then you will get trampled. And of course, that is why they are part of the Big Five. The Big Five in Africa being the elephants, the buffalo that Andrew just saw, the leopard, the lion, the rhino. Those animals you will for sure not outrun. There's not really any animal in Africa that you can outrun apart from a tortoise, I guess, but even they can be pretty fast. But specifically the Big Five, those animals are just super, super dangerous when you're approaching them on foot. And specifically your buffalo, very unpredictable, but even elephants. I've had some elephant encounters where I sort of not questioned myself, but questioned the situation. But of course, we go through a lot of training, a lot of intense studying and all of that before we can actually even begin to qualify as a guide on foot or naturalist on foot. Oh, this baby is just making my day. Nathan, thank you so much for that question. Have I ever seen a live birth in person? I have, yes. And I think I made everyone, including humans and animals, deaf that day. No, I'm kidding. Of course, I was very silent and respectful. My very first birth, if I'm not mistaken, was a wildebeest. We were on a massive plain. And a lot of animals, giraffes, zebras, wildebeest, impalas, literally like a lot of plains game. And one of my former colleagues, Rassi, he called me over the radio and he was like, you might want to come this side. And I thought, okay, let me see. And literally just as I stopped the vehicle, this wildebeest gave birth. And it was just so incredible. And unfortunately, I had guests that didn't want to see it. They were just like, okay, let's go. But luckily I convinced them, this is really, really rare. Let's just watch this, all of that. And we got to see that little one, stand up after it was clean. It was literally, I think, 15 minutes after she gave birth. That little one was able to stand. And of course, they have to be able to. It's not like elephants. Of course, they are vulnerable, elephants as well, but not as vulnerable, for instance, as a wildebeest. The animals we see across the watering hole now. They are food at any time to anything in terms of carnivores. So that little one stood up within 15 minutes, started walking and drinking, and it was just incredible. So yes, I have seen a live birth. That was not my only one. I've seen a giraffe giving birth. And there was something else. But as Andrew mentioned, it's not common to see. And it was always so funny, because you would get guests especially from abroad, that, you know, this is their first safari experience. So they give you sort of this list of expectations. I want to see the big five, then I want to see the big five's babies, then I want to see a predator make a kill, then I want to see a birth, and then for the grand finale, I would like to see a lion riding on an elephant's back, or, you know, whatever the situation is. And it was so important for me to always stress to people, appreciate everything, expect nothing, and we might just get lucky. And, you know, often if you have guests that get excited about everything, of course we all have our favorites. But if you just like enjoy everything and get ecstatic about everything, whether it's rocks or dung or butterflies, everything else will just be so much more of a bonus. So yes, to to answer your question, I have seen a birth, but not an elephant birth yet. I'm yet to see that. Very anxious to see that. And right now, as they're standing there, most of them are actually sleeping. It's super, super. This is, if I could have one thing that animals could do, it's that ability. So they can actually switch off. They've got a biohemispherical brain. So they can switch off the one side of their brain and literally just nap while they are still technically. They're on autopilot, basically. You can see they almost look like they're sort of in a trance or just very, very relaxed. Just beautiful hearing all of that sounds from the birds as well, and it's just such a serene moment and just picturesque sighting, if you will. It's really just beautiful. And again, how lucky are we to be able to observe these animals without them knowing we are here or knowing that we even exist. You know, that to me is the amazing thing about nature. She doesn't care about us. Like animals, plants, everything will carry on without us. There's literally, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but there is literally nothing that we contribute to the ecosystem to have to survive. It is the other way around. And for me, not to freak you out, but it freaks me out that we do not fathom this enough, that we do not realize how important each and every single elephant here, springbok, oryx, literally every animal here and everywhere in the world, not just even Africa, is so crucial and important, because they have a role and they have a purpose. Just like Andrew said, the ticks, we think of them as parasites, but even they have a purpose and even they have a role in the ecosystem. And everything is so intricately worked out and designed. And at the end of the day, if we don't take care of Mother Nature, it's going to be detrimental to us. Because she literally does not need us. Not one day. These elephants, these oryx, the zebra, everything will just carry on even if we cease to exist. However, if they cease to exist, we will not be alright. Not necessarily tomorrow. And this is something I always stressed with guests, with elephant poaching and rhino poaching, and snares that are used. I know we recently touched on snares as well on safari. All of that, is really, really detrimental to the animals. And let's say elephants, if they die out, it's not going to have an impact tomorrow. But essentially the ecosystem is going to start crumbling, because literally every organism, creature, everything has a purpose. And it's so important for us to be able to take care of these animals. And that does not mean you have to become a naturalist tomorrow. It doesn't mean you have to become part of an anti-poaching unit, in a week. If you do, and that is your life goal, by all means, please do. I will have massive respect and appreciation. But it starts with small things, just like saving water and not littering and, just really taking care of the environment around us. And all of those small changes will then eventually have a big impact. White Mane, you are so correct. Yes, so many species use this watering hole. And of course, it's because, this is the closest watering hole for most of them. But again, animals are creatures of habit. So if they know an area is safe and they know it's accessible, and of course, they can never guarantee it's always going to be safe. There could be a predator lurking around or anything at any time. But yes, it truly is so remarkable. I don't know why, but this watering hole just makes me think of the migration. Especially in the mornings, when you see all of the different species coming down. And of course during the day. How they traverse. Some leave, some come, some leave, some come. And they just sort of spend their day that way. It's just absolutely incredible. this elephant has a... Never mind, he had a good nap there for a moment. I don't know if you guys saw that. He was just sort of like... Oh, just so beautiful, honestly. I can literally watch this the whole day. And I will, but in the meantime, let's see what Andrew is up to.
Okay, thanks very much, Lisa. These buffaloes are now heading back to the water for a drink, as can be expected on a day like today. So these buffaloes have actually moved quite a lot of distance over the last few days. When I had them on my first morning drive back, which was yesterday morning, they were the base of Dairy Road. And then they moved all the way to the top section, which is not too far actually, but just the terrain is very tricky. But they got to the top, which is about 5 kilometers away from the original position. And then now this morning they're on Liebenbosch, more to the west. So all in all, these buffaloes have been very busy walking around. So I'd love to know the furthest distance buffalo have actually been known to walk. I think it would be quite amazing. Can't comprehend sort of the distances that these animals can actually move. Naturally, they would have been migrants or migrational animals. So when times got tough in an area, they would pack up and leave totally and venture off into better pastures and more water availability, and constantly moving around. Which is a prime reason why they're actually home range animals. They're not territorial, neither are the bulls. They're not territorial at all. So they're constantly moving around looking for better places, better grass. Then lack of predators as well. Oh, Brad, you like the white one, eh? It's almost like a ghost when we saw it this morning. A ghost buffalo. Pirates of the Caribbean buffalo. Now, he is, for now, very identifiable. He's the only real one that is pitch white like that. But as soon as he has a bath, it becomes a bit more tricky to identify. But there's at least one buffalo in this group that we are able to identify without a shadow of doubt. And that is the one that has got the white tip on her nose. But yeah, the more time, if you had to spend most of the day with a herd of buffalo and do it for a long period of time, you will start to notice individuals, either by their personality and their character, and then by the way their horns look and their size and so on. But if you just come into a sighting and spend, a couple of hours and then move off, you will battle to get to know individuals. They're very uniform in a way, sort of behave in a similar way, unless you are seeing major differences. And if you're experienced as well and you can spot differences, go around there. Alright, we're just going to start up the vehicle. We're going to go around and get onto the other side there. It is lekker hot today, my goodness gracious. Did you put the after sun in the fridge there, PK? You did? Okay, good. We've got some after sun in the fridge at this present moment, so when we get back tonight, we're going to cover ourselves with after sun that is cooled down by the fridge. It's going to help us a lot. Yeah, it's a nice hinter for all of you. If you do have after sun for when your skin gets terribly burnt, keep it in the fridge. It will help cool your skin down quite a bit when you put it on. Okay, BK, how would you like it to be? Just around the corner here? Should we take the shoulder? Yeah, that's good. All right. Back to the water they go, and they're pretty much already here at the water. We'll let a few go off and drinks along, and then when the middle section of the group is close by, then we'll move in so we can have a nice visual of them drinking again. So this is their second time drinking for the day. Alright, BK, should we go there? Let's do it. Okay, let's go forward a bit. This is going to be a nice sighting again. Okay, I think let us just drive around here a little bit, but in the meantime let's go back to Lisa, who's got some elephants at the moment.
Thank you, Andrew. You can do it. I know you'll be able to keep up with them. Again, it's such a massive animal, and then you think, okay, well, shan't be difficult to keep up with them as they cannot move fast, but no, they can. They can most definitely. We've got the herd of elephants again here in Djuma. They've been sort of sticking around, in the bush, and then they come back to the watering hole, sort of just doing their thing. But I just want to have a look. There's a lot of dominance display here amongst the bulls. This group off to the right. For those of you that cannot see, the way we tell elephants apart is when one has a fifth leg, like that one. That is definitely a group of bulls. But yes, the youngsters have been having quite some dominance display amongst themselves. Not sure if it's because of that big bull that is present and they're trying to perhaps impress him and, look, master, you taught us well. But that tiny, tiny baby elephant is also still here. And of course behind the bush. Just see. He's just in this group, but literally behind this. There's another one. But just behind the big elephants, of course. Oh, I love how excited they get about mud and soil and water and literally everything. It's so cute. Not that you generally tend to use cute and elephant in the same sentence unless you are referring to a baby. But they really are. They're really, really cool animals. They literally become children when they approach water or a mud wallow or, a good patch of soil where they can have a good dust bath. There's the baby. Just off to the left. Oh, just look at that baby. Just look at them all. You know, big, small, teenager, old, young. They love it. They really love it. Yes, and that youngster, the baby is very cheeky. Little Nunu. We'll call him Little Nunu. I do not know if Tess or any of the other naturalists have named him yet, but for the time being, I shall call him Nunu. Sorry about that. Nunu decided it did not want to be on camera anymore. But we'll catch Nunu again, don't worry. But look at this. How amazing. All of these species. The elephants with their youngsters, the zebras, oryx, wildebeest, everything. I just want to see a rhino and a giraffe here at Ukukuyo. Or if not, I guess I will settle for any other location if I have to. No, we've really been blessed today with a lot of incredible sightings, incredible animal behavior. And that has been my favorite thing. The other day I actually got asked, what do you specialize in? Because as naturalists, you know, you can further your, of course, when we get into the industry, if you will, or into guiding, we all have a broad spectrum of things we study and learn about that covers the general know-it-alls about, you know, nature. But then furthermore, you can specialize in something, whether it's astronomy or flowers or birds or plants and trees, literally anything. And someone asked me the other day, and even though I'm not officially, I don't know, qualified yet or anything like that, for me, ever since I've been a naturalist, my favorite thing has been what we call ethology. Not ecology, ethology. Now that is the official term for the study of animal behavior, and that truly is, I can literally just, I know it doesn't sound like it, but I can literally just sit and watch animals the whole day without having to say a word, without having to hear anything about them. Just watch them, take notes, and just take it all in, because they really are the most fascinating creatures. So yes, believe it or not, I can actually keep quiet if I need to. But of course, you know, us as naturalists, we want to hear from all of you as well. Remember, this is completely live, it's completely interactive. We would love to hear from you. We would love to hear what you want to see, what you want to know about these animals. If you just want to give us a comment on anything, please do so, because after all, this is your safari. And we want you to have fun with us and just enjoy it as much as we do. Can we please just enjoy this little one? How cute is it? Amy, that's a very, very good question when it comes to elephants. How do the breeding herds form? Now, with elephants, of course, they do have their social structures, and the females generally are very set on that family group for life. So, of course, there'll be a matriarch, and that'll change over time. Generally, according to popular belief and studies, it's generally the eldest and the biggest female. But then males will move around in different groups and they will mate with a female. Now, of course, a female has to be an estrus for him to mate with. And then males also have must that they go into, which is their sort of like mating rampage, as I call it. But then they will sort of link up for that time being, and then of course he will mount one or two or more females during that time, and then of course if they are successful, goodness, almost got myself into a lot of trouble there. If they are successful, she will then become pregnant, carry the baby for 22 months. And yes, that male goes into must. Generally, they only start going into must from like 20 years old. The males, I mean. And then he will find females that are ready to have some babies. And I mean, it varies. The other day I also got asked, how old are they when they start mating and reproducing, all of that. I've seen... it varies from literally, as I say, with everything else in nature, it really varies from area, to reserve, to park. Of course, just like humans, depending on our circumstances and all of that, we all have different timelines with everything. But yes, that is then how they are formed, and that male can then stay with that herd, also be one of the protectors of the herd. But the males do sometimes, move around and find other females also to mate with. But again, I want to stress, animals do not read books, like Ralph also says. They do what they need to survive and adapt and reproduce and ensure that their species survives. So yes, it really is always different. That is just from my experience. Oh, this baby is just playing games with me now. That's nice, elephant. Of course, if you are that massive, you have to get rid of it. And unfortunately, they do have very bad, not bad, but unsuccessful digestive systems. And you know, this is where I lose my trust and faith in humans, because we get told often, if you eat salad every day, you'll be very skinny. Look at elephants, look at buffaloes, look at rhinos. They eat vegetation and they're not skinny. But anyway, speaking of which, let's head over to Andrew and see what he has been up to in Amakhala.
Hello, hello? This thing unplugged again. Do you see the Cape Blanc there? Ah, beautiful. It's having a bath now. And we are beautiful sighting. Okay, sorry about that. I must definitely try and bop a plan with this microphone. I don't know why it keeps on unplugging here. But yeah, no, man of plan will definitely make it happen. But yeah, Cape Blanc there, beautiful sighting, having a little bit of a bath there. Let me get my binoculars out. Usually they obscured by blades of grass and things like that. And do you see it like this? How fantastic is that? Oh, wonderful. Now you can see that beautiful orange throat. There it runs off back into the bush. Back to the obscuredness by the plants, which is normal for them. Okay, and there is also a three-banded plover that is wandering around here. I just want to see if I can't spot it. Of course, a few oxpeckers as well. I don't see the three-banded plover yet. You got it? From where the cave? Where the long claw was? That's it, yeah. BK's got it there. Good spot. Three-banded plover. That's a lovely little bird to see. You can just imagine how small their eggs must be if they're that small when they're adult. So I have noticed when they lay their eggs on the ground, they do like to lay their eggs in footprints of animals. Like, you know, if the buffaloes leave a nice deep impression, it may even lay an egg in that impression left by the buffalo. I've seen it on another game reserve. It was a blue wildebeest that left a track on the ground, and there were 3 little eggs that I found inside the animal track. We're doing a tracking assessment, so you can imagine the surprise when we're all looking at tracks and trying to study the tracks, and the next thing we look at this wildebeest tracks and it's got 3 eggs inside. It was a wonderful thing to experience. Nice, 3 Cape long claws now. Beautiful. I was also telling BK that in previous times I have seen the blue crane, which is our national bird of South Africa. Bird watcher, I've got a feeling you know the answer to this question. The bird that lays the smallest egg, just trying to give that a think. It's between 3 that I can think of. Perhaps bronze mannequin, perhaps Cape pendulum tit, and I think even blue waxbill has got a very small egg. So one of those 3 I should think. But I don't know if anybody has ever been to the Eastern Cape, and I know there are some locals watching, and for those that are local, have been to Addo Elephant National Park. They have got the most beautiful bird egg display at one of the camps there that has been collected over 100 years or so, even more. And in that collection is a blue waxbill egg, and it is so small you just can't believe that there's chicks that are gonna hatch from that and be expected to survive in the nature, but they do, being so small. I haven't seen bronze manakin too much out in Amakhala, but out in Port Alfred, in the garden where I'm living, well, I'm not living in the garden, but in the house that I live at, in the garden, we often see the bronze mannequins come out there, and they are so small, these little bronze mannequins. And it's between the Cape Pendulum tit and the bronze mannequin that is the smallest bird known in South Africa. So you can just imagine the egg size. BK, you see that buffalo just came out the water now? Try get the back hooves there if you can, eh? So there's something I want you to have a look at. I don't know if you can see those dew claws there. So they have the main hoof, which is on the ground, and then just above the main hoof is the dew claws. We call them dew claws, but essentially they're false hooves. And buffaloes have got very well formed dew claws or false hooves. And that's one of the ways that we can tell the difference between eland antelope and buffalo, because believe you me, they look very similar, those tracks. And the one big giveaway is going to be the presence of dew claws, and you're definitely dealing with buffalo. And you must learn the differences, especially myself. I've done many walking safaris, and the worst thing you can do is think that you're following an eland, and when you find the animal, it turns out to be a buffalo. It means you went into that situation already unprepared, and you didn't know what you were walking into. And during assessments for trails guides, you may even fail that assessment. Okay. It's cooling down a little bit. It's quite nice. There's that oxpecker on the ground there, BK. It's a shame. It's got its mouth open, beak open. It must be pretty hot for that little bird. Having a bit of a dust bath. Amazing, eh? So much life here in such a small little area here. Egyptian goose as well. So I have seen the crowned heron, not the crowned heron, the blue crane here in previous times, which is our national bird of South Africa, but only a few times. And this buffalo's got some algae on the nose here. It's trying to lick it off, but it's battling to reach it. So I don't think you're going to be able to hear it, but as we are sitting here, we can hear chewing sounds. And they're all ruminating the cud, and you can actually hear it from here. How many meters from here to these buffalo, BK? It's like 10 or 15 or...
Yeah,
15 or so? Okay. My distance and space estimations are not very good, but BKs are very good. So about 15 meters away, and we can still hear the cud being rechewed. So what I have learned with these vehicles is that the game viewer is roughly about 5 meters long from the front of the vehicle to the back, and so I try and always use that as a measuring device. Oh, it's a big buffalo with that ox peck on his head. Yeah. Massive buffalo, that, my goodness. Okay, I think let's head off to Ralph for a little bit. We're going to see what these buffaloes are going to get up to. I don't think much though.
Well, folks, it's very hot here on the Kariega Game Reserve, and I need to speak very quietly because these rhino have come to wallow in this puddle next to me. But if I talk too loud, it startles them. So I'm going to keep my voice very low. But they've been enjoying this mud, and there were some warthogs also enjoying it earlier too. And you might hear some flapping. It's the umbrella that I've had to put up as well, because it's now in the mid-30s, I would say. So very hot, not too much wind, and the wind that is here is rather hot as well. This is what rhinos do when it's very hot. They like to seek out a lovely water hole and go and wallow. So Ryan, yeah, you and me both, I like to spend them on the beach, but when it's hot, it's nice to have lazy days. And well, the rhino and the warthogs alike. Some nice pictures. There the warthogs are in the background. You can see them all wet. They were in the mud on the far end while the rhino were in the water. And they seem to wallow, and then they go and lie up on the embankment. So we'll see what they do now. up on their bank there. Maybe a bit of grazing. They've spent quite a bit of time in this pond. Well, it's more of a puddle. So one of those very hot days. It's the kind of day, yeah, like Ryan said, nice and lazy. Well, while I wait here and see if these rhinos maybe go back for another wallow, I wonder what's wallowing in Mashatu.
What an awesome sight, Rolf. I know what a soft spot you have for those beautiful unicorns. But yes, no, it is very hot all around today. And again, we've got elephants in Mashatu. So we've literally had elephants at Ukokoyo, Mashatu, Juma. And then, of course, yourself and Andrea have had the rhino and the buffalo. So we have had a big 3-day. No, that is not an official term. It's just, in my mind, you know, of course, it's the biggest 3 animals of the big 5. So it's the big 3. But it has been an incredible day. And often, you know, when it's this hot, you tend to think, no, we're not going to see much. Of course, we do have the advantage of having the watering holes. When I say we, I mean me. But no, Rolf, yourself and Andrea have not done bad at all today with regards to finding the animals. Good job. And I too would be in a mud wallow if I was a rhino. If I was a rhino. No, 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 no. No, I'm kidding. That's not really a song. I need to get out more, I think.
Every day brings something new here on Wild Earth. Whether it's ostriches dancing at Amakala, elephants chasing wild dogs at Madikwe, or a royal leopard standoff at Juma. Now, you never have to miss a beat. If you are not always able to watch live, then download the Wild Earth app and you can catch up no later than 1 hour after the live show has finished. Wild Earth, it's in your nature.
I truly love these animals. I mean, I love all of them, but the zebras. We've got a lovely dazzle of zebras here. I was almost going to do the call, but then I remembered, no, Rolf does it really well, so I don't even want to try and compete with him. I can do the other one, though. Okay, wait, let me just brace myself. I think that was it. Oh, and just look at that youngster. It's not a baby from this season. It's probably already a couple of months old. But they are so special to see the babies. And then, of course, we spoke about births earlier. Your zebras as well. Generally, if a foal is born after the mare has carried it for about a year or so, that foal can generally stand within the first 15 to 30 minutes because they are potential food or potentially food, and they have to be ready at all times. And the sad thing actually is, and I've seen this, where a baby wildebeest got left behind just because, of course, it's all about survival of the fittest out here. So if a baby cannot stand quick enough for the herd or, walk fast enough or any of that, they literally leave him behind, him or her. And sometimes, whether it's zebras or impalas or wildebeest, sometimes the mother will stay with it, but often they'll actually leave them. I remember about 2 years ago, I had the most emotional safari of my life. We headed out, we decided we're going to look for lions that morning, and we literally came across a baby wildebeest that must have been left behind because you can see it still tried to stand up, or maybe there was something, it had a defect or something. And this baby was literally so malnutritioned because obviously, it didn't get mommy's milk anymore or anything. And I remember, when I think about it now, it was probably the wrong and unethical thing to do, but I literally went to go sit. I went on my haunches. I literally took ice and I rubbed it on this poor baby's face because you could just see how hot it was. And yes, unfortunately, that afternoon when we went past again, a leopard had unfortunately, killed it and hoisted it in a tree. I don't know if the leopard even had to kill it because, as I say, by that time it was already so hot and malnutritioned and everything. So it's part of nature, survival of the fittest and all of that, but it's not always easy to see. I don't think you ever fully get desensitized, even as a naturalist. Just want to see if anything is on the water's edge here, because the animals tend to evade us sometimes. I think they're very clever. Just bear with me. I always like to make sure with the various water holes that we have not perhaps missed anything. But it seems we are checking every corner, nook and cranny here at Mashatu. It's incredible how quickly that can always change. You know, it seems quiet and then within a flash, there's a lot of animals. You see? There's an impala, and then there at the back you can see some legs. Some pearly legs. And then the zebras are still also camouflaging. Yes, that is. I got very excited for a moment. I thought it might be a giraffe, but it's a zebra there. The tree with the legs. Lonely, you are so lonely. You have no, sorry, we won't make fun of you, Impala. But you need to find friends. You never know what is looking at you and might be singling you out as food. Alrighty, well, it doesn't seem like much is happening right now here. So I think let's head to Okokoyo and see what is happening there. Bam! Lots and lots of animals, as always. But as I told you, you know, there's always... This specific watering hole always makes me think of migration because there's always animals coming and going. So my very good friend Sitle suggested that we do a fast 5. Now, for those of you that do not know what that is or how that works, you are more than welcome to send me any questions as fast as you can. And it can literally be about anything. It can be about the watering holes, it can be about the animals, and it can be about me. So honestly, you're more than welcome to ask me anything. And I will try to answer them as best as I can and as honest as I can. But yes, I would love to hear from you. So please do send your questions. And let's see what we can chat about. I can honestly never get tired of the oryx. It's such a fascinating animal. I mean, springbok, No, don't get me wrong, they are beautiful. Love them, they have their purpose. But I mean, if you compare these to antelopes, it's really so fascinating how different they are. Not just in size, in terms of a lot of things. Chase, that's a very good question. Oh, Chase, sorry. If I could be a celebrity, who would that be? Gosh, that's a very good question. Let me ponder on that one for a moment, and then I will get back to you, because that is a brilliant question. I mean, I think the easiest way for me to answer this as quick as possible, because if you give me too much time to think about it, I'll be able to write an essay for you for various reasons for all of the celebrities I will choose. But top of my head, if I could meet a celebrity and for that reason, potentially be them, I would be Johnny Depp. He's a brilliant actor. He's a very, very true and authentic person. And yes, for me, I don't know. Some people might differ. But yes, I know I'm going to think of a lot of other answers as well now. When I drive home, when I get home, when I lie in bed. And I know my significant other will tell me, okay, we need to sleep now, but... But yes, thank you for that question. That was a brilliant one. Greg, so that is I have a fairly long answer for you. What made me fall in love with being a naturalist? I think all of my answers are long now that I think about it to anything. So when... Okay, let me try to quickly answer this as fast as I can. So, I grew up basically in Sabi, in Johannesburg, but my family have a lodge in Sabi, and we grew up, going on holidays there. So, as a little Nunu already, I could speak to animals before I could speak to people. That being said, yada yada yada, fast forward. Then after school, I had the opportunity to go study. I could if I wanted to, but I told my parents, I don't know what I want to do yet, because I'm a very versatile person. I love and enjoy a lot of stuff, from literally construction and DIY to making things pretty, hair and makeup and all of that, to animals, of course. So then when I was done with school, matriculated, I told my parents I'm not going to study, because after 2 years I'm going to decide I don't like it, and I'm not going to study just because I have to get a degree in something and then I end up never using it. Thus, I went to go work. I went to go work on a game reserve. And yes, at that time I was actually dating someone who wanted to become a naturalist. And they weren't very motivated, so I got myself the study material as well. Fast forward, 10, 11 years later, here I am as a naturalist. But yes, I've always loved, adored, appreciated, and have been addicted to nature. I just never saw myself as a little girl, you know, growing up to become an actual naturalist. But I'm super happy to be one.
The Mara Triangle is one of the most stunning locations that we have had the privilege to broadcast from, thanks to the unsung heroes, the Mara Rangers, who risk their lives to protect this Eden. These brave men and women deserve our support. Donate and be one of the helping hands uplifting these rangers, so that we may maintain this icon, the Mara Triangle.
Tatum, thank you. That is the easiest one. Definitely chocolate cake. I love chocolate. But I mean, it's whatever. If I go to a wedding and there's a vanilla cake, I'm not going to not eat it. Sheldon, you're giving me a difficult question to answer. My favorite reserve to work at would be... See, I can't answer that because all of the reserves are different and offer so many things, you know, in terms of animals and experiences, and my experiences I've had in such a short time. But I mean, if I had to choose one, let's go with Mashatu. Mashatu always promises elephants. And as you guys have realized by now, I am an absolute sucker for elephants. So Mashatu. I am literally still holding my breath for a rhino. Thank you, Linda. If I could be a Disney princess, who would I be? And this is an interesting one because I used to work for them. Not for the princesses, for Disney. And it was always so fascinating, you know, to see the different things and all of that. But, and I know I'm going to create a debate now, but I would be Moana. And I say debate because a lot of people say she's not a princess, but I firmly believe she is a princess. So that is the Disney princess I would be. Oh, I'm loving these questions. And then, you know, in between, Sitle is also giving me her comments. She supports the whole Moana idea. If you support it, let me know. Let me know what Disney princess you will be, Linda. I always want to hear this. A lot of people say Cinderella. I mean, I could also go for Sleeping Beauty, you know, just for the mere fact that it's not like she chose to sleep, but she gets to sleep a very long time. So I would do that as well. But, yes, let's stick with Moana. Just bear with me. Just want to have a look-see what else is around. What other princes and princesses are around this watering hole. Because animals are all royalty. Except for the baboons. No, I'm kidding. They can be royalty too. just absolutely incredible how animals and just everything blends in with these rocks. Last week we had a Corrie busted, and okay, granted, it was not the best light anymore. It was becoming a bit dark, but the way it camouflaged with the rocks is just incredible. I mean, if you look at these springbok as well, and to us, you know, we can see them, so to other animals they must blend in so perfectly. It really is just so amazing just to listen to everything else that's going on as well. And I mean, if you think about it, to us, it just sounds like noise and birds calling and water because of the animals, of course, you know, moving in it. But all of these animals are so super finely tuned in, and they can literally hear some of them for kilometers and kilometers. I think it's just a completely different world if you're an animal, especially if you're an animal that can literally be eaten at any time. Just beautiful. And speaking of beautiful, let's see what's happening on the beautiful Amakhala with Andrew.
Okay, these buffaloes have made a nice little cluster over here, just on the side of the Liebenbosch Pannier, all just sitting in a big cluster. Some of them are facing different directions, but for the most part they are sort of facing the same direction. See that? You know, often they will really face different directions, and I think they're just really tired at the moment. Shame that young calf there. See how it's fast asleep there. Oh, look there, BK, the pied crows have just come in now. So 3 pied crows have just flown in now. It's actually a very intelligent species of bird. I think a lot of people, they sort of don't give them enough credit. But I'm not sure how many years ago, but there was like a test, an observation that was done where a tame house crow was given an obstacle in front of it that it needed to make a tool in order to open the lock system, which released the treat. And a piece of wire was presented to the house crow, and the house crow tried its best to get the treat out of this contraption, but the crow realized that if it bent the tip of that piece of wire, then it would unlock the lock treat box, and then a treat would pop out. And so definitely being able to learn in the situation, and making tools as well. So very intelligent. And they actually say that crows are sort of on the same intellectual level as that of chimpanzees, and that they are able to make tools. A very intelligent bird. And I know in China, this has also been observed in China, where crows who find nuts, what they do is they will fly over one of the main roads in China, and then drop the nut just before a zebra crossing. And then all the traffic, that's going to drive over the nut and crack it open. Then as soon as the robot goes red, you see that the crow would come down and land and actually walk on the zebra crossing to grab that nut again, so it doesn't get bumped by a car. And they're doing this every day, multiple times a day. It's very interesting. That there is a clip on YouTube about it. If you'd like to have a look, just type in the ostriches in China using road to snap open their nuts. Very interesting. Okay, this buffalo is now splish splashing. This female buffalo just splish splashing. The Egyptian goose is still here, and I see there's 2 Hardidar ibis that have just joined the waterhole now. Sometimes we see the shelduck here as well. Haven't seen them here in quite a while. I wonder where the shelducks have gone now. And then I have seen meerkats not far from here, more towards Hlosi Lodge, on a road called Norman's Way. I've seen meerkats before, only on one occasion. It's actually not far from this pan here. Essentially, this road we're on now will lead to Norman's Way, so it's very close by. You can see quite a few dragonflies that are just above the surface of the water as well. Just want to see if they're not damselflies. No, definitely dragonflies. Kenny, 9 years old. Thank you so much for your question. And you know what, Kenny? That's not often asked to me. That question you're asking now, so very well done. So I believe that Egyptian geese are more related to shelducks. So you're quite right there. Very, very good. Good observation. So you do your homework, it seems, and you watch National Geographic. Maybe you watch Wild Earth quite a bit, and you've learned a lot from the naturalists. So big ups to you. Keep going, keep going. And I would like to hear from you again. So if you have any other question that you would like to ask, you must always feel free, young man. We left the elephants, the breeding herd of elephants at Bukela Lodge yesterday, and they might even come down towards this Liebenbosch area at some point, maybe tonight. I don't think they'll come in the daytime. I think at the moment they're in the dune forest, so it's going to be interesting as well when they are sighted, where they are. And just with these buffalo can have quite a routine going. So from here, so I think from here they'll probably head west, ultimately down back towards the Newlands area that we call. But yeah, let's head off back to Lisa. I believe she's got a nice young baby elephant that she's just found. So let's head off there.
Oh, and we are still just adoring this little cute elephant. It was literally just suckling, literally, I promise, like 20 seconds ago. And it was the cutest thing. But of course, it can't even properly stand. Look at that. Oh, I die. Yeah, so this is not definitely, most probably the Ellie that Ellie had. Ellie's Ellie that she had. I know there was this incredible elephant birth. And I know Tess also, last week she saw the mother with a baby that was a couple of hours old. But yes, this one is definitely very, very new. So this is probably Ellie's Ellie. But how incredible just to be able to experience new life, It's always my favorite thing, especially this time of year in the bush. Because, of course, elephants can have their babies any time of the year. But just specifically the season we're heading into is just so beautiful because all of the animals, are going to give birth. And the bush is going to transform and all of that. But just to be able to experience all of that. And to witness new life, whether it's an elephant or wildebeest or anything. But of course, if you carried your baby for 22 months, then it's a bit more special, I would say. I remember when my one sister was pregnant, this one day she was very uncomfortable. And I said to her, you have to stop complaining because you could have been an elephant. At least you don't carry your baby for 22 months. And let me tell you, to this day, I'm still shocked that I did not get disinherited or disowned or something that day because the look I got. But it truly is so incredible. And of course, that cow is going to be super protective. Not because she's just a good mother, because she did carry that baby for so long. And I think they probably already have this massive bond. And how lucky are we just to witness that? And then they disappear. Just want to see. I don't think she will, but I was holding both my thumbs and not both my toes, but all of my toes in hopes that she will bring it back out again. But I think she's going to take that little one into the shade now. Of course, it is midday. It's hot. It's humid. So she'll just want to cool off with the little one. Look how tiny that baby is. Oh! The little ears and the trunk and everything is just tiny. Oh, just so precious. And our stalk is still sticking around. There are some elephants still hanging around, of course, during that mud puddle.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
They really are teasing us today, the elephants. Along with our Jacana friend from earlier. But of course, they don't need our permission to move wherever they want. And that is essentially the best spot because it's shade. And there's a lot of greenery. But in the meantime, let's see what Rolf has been up to and whether or not he's still with his rhinos or what he is looking at in Kariga.
Well, we had the warthogs, which had taken the place of the rhinos, wallowing in the little puddle that we have here. But now they seem to be having a little bit of a skirmish. I'm not sure what it's about, but some of them are being chased away. Maybe they were angry about the bathing rights. Not quite sure. But it seems like they've gone back to grazing now. All full of mud. There's not many things that I've seen in the bush that look happier than warthogs wallowing in the mud. They really look like they are full of joy. Very expressive tails as well. Nice and calm. Well, I can tell you it's very hot. About 35 degrees, I would say. And obviously here near to the coast we do get quite a lot of humidity too, so it can at times be rather stifling. And I think the warthogs actually enjoy it when it gets really hot like this, because then they can indulge in one of their favorite pastimes, the wallow. So Randy, predominantly grass is what warthogs eat, but they do eat a range of things. They are slightly omnivorous, so they do eat a range of different vegetable matter, mainly grass, but they can dig up bulbs, and they can eat flowers, and they can eat a range of different vegetation, but they can also eat sometimes insects. They can even, and they have been known to eat on carcasses. I've seen them eating carcasses or indulging there, but not quite as much as bush pigs. Bush pigs are more omnivorous and leaning more onto the animal protein than warthogs. If you look at warthog dung, mainly it is full of grass, but every now and then you do find some little skeletal things inside there from arthropods and different little creatures, and sometimes it's got that sort of funky smell to it as well, which always leads you to believe that they've eaten something with animal protein, because animals that eat just vegetation, their dung has got a very particular smell. It's almost like a lawnmower, that grass that collects in the container at the back of a lawnmower. It's a very similar smell to a lot of the antelope and grass eaters, zebra and the likes. But as soon as you get onto an omnivorous or carnivore eating or meat-eating animal, then the smell changes. For instance, monkeys and baboons, they do eat a lot of plant material, but then they've got quite a funky smell to the dung, and that just indicates that they do also have insects and other things that they feed on as well. It's got quite a bite to the smell. There are rhinos still relaxing. I think those warthogs might have heard my voice. I spoke a little bit too loud. Or it's the blesbok who is calling off to the side there. He may also be snorting at me. Now I am going to try and turn slowly as we go, because we've got some other visitors here. The wind is picking up now. I might take off like Mary Poppins shortly, because my brolly is keeping me cool, but it's also getting caught in the wind now. A couple of jerrys. Oh, yeah, also succumbing to the heat. There you can hear a Knysna turako calling in the background. Southern boo-boo. Jackal buzzard. That is indeed a jackal buzzard, and hence the name, why they are called jackal buzzards. The call is very much like the call of a jackal. And when it gets hot like this, it's the animals obviously get quite lethargic, and a lot down to the heart rate, because they can exhaust themselves when it's very hot. So obviously the hotter it gets, the less activity you do want to be partaking in, because you're going to burn more calories the hotter it is. Plus there's the side effect of having to keep cool, and your body having to keep cool, so that expends a lot of energy as well. But at the same time, I also having to go through the very important task of ruminating. And you can actually probably, if I go in nicely on this one that's lying down, watch it coming and going up and down the neck. Let's see. Still chewing. Let's wait for it to swallow. There it swallows. There it comes. And there it chews again.
My heart rate has gone up slightly. In fact, it's gone up quite a lot. This elephant is now 2 meters from us. Okay, we might have to move here. No? Yes. Sorry, my friend, but you're about to push that onto the car. You see how cross he was that we didn't want to watch him push the tree over. That's why we moved.
So we've been extremely lucky. And this is what I'm talking about when I say just spend time with animals. This is very, very, very cool to see this. Do cheetah males groom each other for social bonding? And I can't give you a better answer than what they're actually doing in front of the camera right now.
Woohoo, Rolf! That is also one of my favorite things to watch on safari, is watching a giraffe ruminate and seeing that elevator go up and down. When I say elevator, I of course mean the the cud going up and down their necks. You can see this bull giraffe is very, very vigilant. The one to the right. Never mind. It's nothing. It's a false alarm. This has got to be one of the most fascinating things to observe in nature, is a giraffe drinking. I mean, look at that position. It's just weird. It's awkward. It looks uncomfortable. Just contemplating life. I really do always wonder what is going on in these animals' heads. Do they think about something? Do they just do everything instinctively as they should? She's also listening now there to the back where the bull was looking. There might be some more elephants coming or something. And this is just me speculating. I don't know. But it might be that they heard some animals there in the back. Oh yes, look at that. There is an elephant present. You see, this is what I tell you. We have to make sure of each and every angle because animals are very clever. It's like they know how to evade us. I just want to make sure, because a while ago I did see the kori bustard here, one of them, but it seemed to have disappeared. I just want to make sure he's not hiding somewhere, that I may have overlooked him. But of course, again, it is hot, so most of the animals, even the birds, they'll try to cool down as much as possible for as long as possible, in as many ways as possible. That'll of course conserve their energy. Another giraffe just to the left, blending in with those trees. And another giraffe just behind this bush. Yes, it's incredible how these animals just camouflage and blend in. Now I think our bustard might just be in the shade somewhere, just cooling off, just like those warthogs. If you look carefully to the far right, there's some warthogs in that shade. Let me see if I can get us a closer look. There's what I told you about this morning. When they go on their knees, they pray before they meal. No, they obviously get down just to get their heads as close as possible to the ground so they can sort of dig and excavate with their heads, because they've got incredibly strong skulls. But of course doing so in the shade. And as a giraffe, a geography. of course, the giraffe stays behind the bush. I was very, very eagerly awaiting it to come down to the water. But who am I? Jeez, it really is incredible to see how the bush is already just changing and losing its leaves, and even evergreen trees, you know, even they are slowly starting to become duller and duller. So we really, really do need some rain, not just in Mashatu, but in Okukuyo, in Djuma, Amakala, Kariga. No, I'm kidding. Those areas are looking very good still. But of course, rain is always welcome. Sinak, yes, indeed. It's always nice to see the warthogs and of course the zebras. But Mashatu is home to a lot of animals. So it's always, you know, incredible to watch this specific watering hole just to, you know, see how many animals and species and everything can just come to this watering hole, coexist, carry on with their day, come back for a drink again. It's really so special. But you can tell it is a fairly hot day. Most of the animals are either in the shade, like the warthogs, or like that zebra in the back. So even when they are not drinking water, they are always in some manner, they'll conserve their energy as much as possible. Sorry, I just want to make sure there's not something on this side.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
and jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes.
What are you all looking at? Or are you just so hot that you can't really focus? Just so peaceful and serene and beautiful. But let's have a look at Rolf's beautiful giraffes that he has in Kariga.
So I'm still relaxing with these rhino who are just sitting next to the little pond that they were wallowing in earlier. And there's also some zebra here coming through. There they come. Maybe be going down for a drink. Probably well called for in this heat. Quite a nice photo, I think. 3 in a row. With a little Cape wagtail just in front there. So, Aaron, courting a female rhino, if you were a male rhino, would just mean you need to be around, you need to be big, you need to be smelly, you need to be strong, and obviously the way that they woo the females, it's quite a rudimentary. They just sort of hang around. They move into the female's space, and eventually she will accept him if there's not another male that comes and chases him off. So that's what it's all about, really. If there's a male strong enough to maintain a territory that females will move into, he will eventually get mating rights. So it's not as flashy as most of the birds per se. It's a lot simpler. Oh, there's a little Cape Longclaw just next to the Cape Wagtail. The two Capies over there. And that Longclaw with that brilliant orange color. There's a second one under the throat. Keep up with them. You see that one on the top there, and they lift their heads up, you get that very orange color under the throat, similar to a bokmakiri. Can't zoom in anymore, unfortunately. And there's the little wagtail again. Cape Longclaw is the one I want to see. It's bright orange throat. There it is. There's a couple of the wagtails, 3 of them actually. Very often find wagtails near to rhino and other big game as well, because they move around them when they bump up the insects. They take advantage. That Cape Longclaw nearly fall off its branch. Yeah. There's that brilliant orange. Just see flashes of it every now and then. You can see the wagtails are chasing insects. And they sort of do this slow fast motions as they try and bump insects up to feed on. So you often find them going slowly, and then they run, and then they go slowly again. Oh, Egyptian goose arrived in on the scene. Watching rhinos, but doing some birding at the same time. Longclaw still there, yeah. Looks like this goose maybe want to go down for a drink. See, with the rhinos having wallowed there, they may have stirred up some insects in the mud as well. Seems like this little pond here is the place to be today. And everybody just about coming past. It's hot property on a day like this. Oh, it's fell into the pond. A couple of white butterflies just flitting past. They do look in top condition as well. There we are. It was also going to sit in the mud. Sorry, I was just getting attacked by my umbrella. Alright, so it seems like it's a muddy day. Everybody trying to cool off and lazing about. Well, there's somewhere else way up to the northwest of us where I'm sure the animals are also trying to cool off, and that's at Okukuyu.
Rolf, you could not have said it, or I could not have said it better. Yes, the elephants are absolutely cooling off in Ukukoyo. Having a good swim, you can see some of them are slowly moving off already. But yes, they are definitely enjoying this watering hole. Much like your beautiful rhinos had a mud wallow, the elephants are getting a bit deeper into the water and down and dirty, and just completely ensuring that they are not hot. Just want to take a look at that one in the middle who's, well, two of them, who's really, really, really enjoying the water. Oh, and of course, that is the best way to do it. Just completely get into it. That way, you know, your whole body is cooled down. You don't have to struggle later with any soil or mud, which they will definitely, because they want to put on some insect repellents as well. But yes, this is the best way to do it. Look at these two little ones, one in the back and this one off to the right. Both of them have no idea what to do with that trunk right now. Oh, man. Milani, yes, definitely. It's always amazing to see elephants, whether it's at Ukukoyo or Mashatu or Djuma. We have literally been blessed at all of our water holes locations today with elephants. And yes, I mean, you can show me one elephant, you can show me 100 elephants. If it's an elephant, I'm always happy. So you and I are definitely on the same page with that. Oh, it's so amazing to always see how they enjoy water, and they, I don't know, just become complete children in the water. Whether it's an old elephant, whether it's a teenager, they all just love it. Love it, love it, love it. I love how these two are facing each other, just sort of doing their own thing. And now it's over. As always, the animals are always listening, and when we want to show you something, they make us look silly. No, they never do. In fact, they spoil us a lot and treat us to their awesome behaviors. And just by being here, it really is so special. Johan, that is a brilliant question, asking if elephants ever use body heat to stay warm on cold days. Yes, definitely, they are mammals. So just like us, they do need to, sort of find ways to heat up themselves. So generally, they'll all stand very close together, sort of huddle for warmth. The impalas do the same. Most of these animals will do the same when it is cold or windy. Just sort of save their energy, but also try to stay warm as much as they can. But of course, elephants have very thick skin, so it does take quite a bit to actually, let them be cold. But the younger ones, definitely, they've got much thinner skin. Thinner skin. Not as well developed yet, but again, then the adults will will sort of make sure they stay warm. That baby is just having the time of its life there in the middle of the dam. And the one at the back. I think we shall call this elephant Patches. At my previous reserve I worked at, we actually had a house cat. And I know it sounds like two words that shouldn't be in the same sentence. But her name was Patches. And she was actually a very, very good house cat. But due to her patches that she had all over her body, that is what we call her. And I shall now name this elephant Patches. And again, if you look at it, of course, this is a fairly big group of elephants or a herd of elephants, but each and every one of them is super unique. Whether it's in their tusks or in their ears, You can actually identify elephants by their tusks, by their ears. Some of them are very, prominent tears in their ears. Some of them are very prominent tusks and characteristics. But what many do not know is that they all have their own unique footprints as well. So I remember working with a former colleague of mine. His name is Tiger, but he was very good at tracking elephants. And he could literally tell you which elephant this was just by looking at the footprints. Of course, that takes years and years and years of practice. But yes, we do the same with elephants, specifically in areas where conservation is very, very well, not that conservation is more important in one area, but where, let's say, a reserve has been targeted before with rhino poaching. Those anti-poaching units will actually very often know the footprints of the specific individuals of the rhinos. And they are able to tell, okay, well, this is Thandi or whoever, whichever reserve it is, whatever the rhino's name is. And you can do the very same with elephants. But it takes a lot of practice, because to anyone, it all looks the same, just like this. All of the elephants look the same. But if you really start paying attention, you can see, okay, well, that one's got very specific characteristics when it comes to the tusks. That one's got a very prominent tear in the ear. That one's got, like Afsterd, that we know, that one doesn't have, like, the tuft at the end of the tail. So it really is so incredible when you really start to pay attention to all of these animals. Just like the hyena, for instance. I could not tell a hyena apart before working at Wild Earth. I never even thought of, thinking, okay, well, this is that hyena or that hyena. But again, any animal really, if you start paying attention, then you can really get to know them.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw ribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this!
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth.
Incredible. It has been such a beautiful day, and I don't know about all of you, but I'm so thrilled with what we have seen today. But you will not believe it, we have elephants again in Djuma, so let's head over to Djuma. Just look at that. As I've mentioned multiple times today, elephants love water. Animals love water, period, when it is hot. Just like us. You know, when it's hot, we tend to drink more water. I remember when I was still actively guiding, I was much more healthier in the summertime because you sweat so much, but also you drink so much water. So as opposed to, you know, in the winter where we just want to hibernate and watch movies and eat snacks. Oh, just look at that. You see, I would be the elephant that completely gets into the water. And of course, that can always be risky. Because, of course, you never know what is in the water, whether it's crocodiles or, you know, anything. But they do suss it out mostly before they go in. And they do tend to get to know the different watering holes. But, of course, it's always good to be vigilant. Oh, look at that beautiful elephant. It's got such a perfect form. The tusks are so white and beautiful. There we go. Now you're getting it right. Again, I'm not an elephant, so I'm not allowed to say, but I would definitely, you know, save my trunk the effort and just get on full in. There we go. Illegal, yes. When I hear your name, I definitely, I do assume you want to swim with these elephants and you would blend in. But yes, no, definitely. I would also, that has been one of my biggest dreams, is to swim with an elephant. But alas, I have not yet done it. Who knows if I will ever do it. Don't know if I want to risk that. So while I can't do that, I will just enjoy watching them swim because, wow, what a treat. Just look at that. Looks like a hippo with a trunk. That one looks like it had too much to drink last night. So that behavior you see there is not mating. First of all, those elephants are very young. It's sort of like a form of play, you know, just like us. I remember with my brother, you know, I always used to dunk him in water when we were children. So that is exactly what they're doing. Oh, and there's another baby coming. What a day to be an elephant. We have just seen so many babies. And it's funny actually because when we saw that Nunu earlier as well, for those of you that do not know, Nunu is now the official term for a baby elephant. But when we saw the Nunu earlier, I immediately messaged my father because he's currently in Juma. And I said to him, Dad, there's a really tiny, tiny baby. So when you guys go and drive later, sort of just look out because there are some baby elephants now. And he was just so nonchalant. He was like, yeah, been there, done that, seen all of them. They're everywhere. So it seems to be a fantastic time to be in Sabi if you are an elephant lover. Oh, I love when they put up their trunks like that. What? Look at a little baby. Sorry, we're just trying to keep up with the baby. Wait for us, baby. Look at her little legs and tail and trunk and ears and just everything is so puny. Ooh, Sitley, you are on a roll. Sitley is singing, marching, marching, let's go marching. Oh, that poor baby. Can you imagine how, I wonder if it's frightening for them. I mean, you're this tiny thing. All of your relatives, whether it's your mother, your uncle, your niece, your cousin, are these massive things. And you're this tiny little thing. Okay, Mom, what was the purpose of that? We went to one side and now we're going back to the other side. Oh, what a stunning herd. How incredible is this? Come. Let's take a shortcut. Move your bum. Oh, man. What a day to be alive and witness all of these beauties. Oh, this is really, for me personally, this is, and I mean on the dam cam, this has been the biggest herd of elephants I've seen here at Gowrie Dam. In person, I have seen much more, many more. But on this dam cam, this is actually the biggest herd I've seen. So I'm super, super thrilled right now and so happy. What a way to end the day. But the day is not done yet. When I say that, I mean escape to nature. Of course, we've still got a very eventful day ahead of us. Oh, how incredible. And remember, this is a completely live and interactive experience. And of course, we will be live and interactive with Penguin Beach, which is next as well. We love to hear from you, honestly. Any questions, comments you have for us, please do send them, because after all of these experiences, Safari, Escape to Nature, Penguin Beach, it's all your safari. So please do let us know what you want to talk about or see. And please do stay tuned for Penguin Beach as well. That'll be with Gary and Eagle. And they are very excited to be joining you today as well. But how incredible is it to simply watch these elephants? That literally took my breath away. Like, just how incredible of a day it's been in all of our locations, but just how incredible it is to also watch these ellies. But from myself, Rolf and Andrew, from all of our locations, thank you so, so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. It really has been a brilliant day. I hope you have enjoyed it as much as we have. And please do join us again tomorrow and tell your friends. We really want to hear from all of you, and we want to take all of you on an immersive experience and share our safari knowledge with you. So from myself, Lisa, thank you so, so much for joining us today. Thank you for all of your questions, and thank you for just having the best day with myself, Rolf, and Andrew on Escape to Nature. Please have a beautiful day, and please enjoy Penguin Beach, which is up next. Bye-bye.